The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
You've won the debate. He cannot out-debate that. You are going to reject everything that's anti-white. Let him make his case to the audience that he and you and the audience should all be anti-white. Let him do that. Please, let's give him the biggest stage so that he can do that, so that the millions of our white people will see, wait a second, if this isn't about being fair to non-whites and we're ending up harming white people in the conclusion, then I'm going to reject that as well. You cannot talk someone out of the position of white well-being or of white people, the right of white people to live or survive. Does that make sense? It doesn't matter how good a person is at debating. It doesn't matter, or arguing. It doesn't matter how good a person is at debating. It doesn't matter how good they are at arguing. It doesn't matter how great their verbal IQ. There is nothing they can say on planet Earth to invalidate our right to survive, to invalidate our right to well-being. There is nothing they can say. Does that make sense? You can take a white mute who fights and serves white well-being, and you can put him or her up against the most talented, the most shrill harridan, the most verbally high IQ harridan anti-white beast, and she can still not invalidate our right to exist, our right to well-being, by way of argument with that mute. Does that make sense? When I have the objective of white well-being and someone else has the objective of white well-being, and we both disagree on how to get there, if the other person has made a stronger argument, I adopt their position. I don't have, there's nothing about anything that I come up with that I would allow to get in the way of white well-being for a second. If something better comes along, it's adopted, period.
trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my years for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our is lost, my eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
I love that song, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to be with you all on this glorious Sunday. Sunday in service to white well-being. We survived the no anti-white kings nonsense. And now we are here to come together and resist the anti-whiteism across Western civilization. Are you with me? Feature stories today. Dice and Tatum drama continues. Oh, and there's a little bit of a twist. A 7 million anti-whites march. Lot to talk about there. Voting Rights Act mandated non-white congressmen and women. Did you even know? Go free lesson of the day. We'll get to it. Skin color. It's only skin color. And slavery made you white people wealthy. How to respond to these and so much more. Your comments and questions. And then, as is customary, there is this. Two guys were sitting at a bar. One of them was leaning over, resting his head on his arms. What's wrong? His friend asked. You look wasted. Man, it's my new girlfriend, he replied. She needs it too. 3 times a day, every day. She's wearing me out. I don't know what I'm going to do. Sitting a few stools down was an older, wiser man, having a beer and listening in on the conversation. Son, he called out, raising his beer and winking at him. Marry that woman. That'll put an end to that. There's just too much truth to that one for it to even be a joke, really. Welcome to the once great state of Virginia. It is 5 p.m. here in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in the city, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, and we are across from Mordor on the Potomac. It is glorious to be with every single one of you here today. What a glorious Sunday it is to come together after the anti-whites have assembled, and boy, was it crowded here in the nation's capital. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to see you, though. Thank you for coming over. Please let folks know that we're live and that we are going to continue doing what we do, which is break through the anti-whiteism to the recapture of our destiny every single day for white people, literal white people, not just the abstraction of them. So great to see you. If you'd like to financially gift while we are together today, please do so. You can head on down into the description on YouTube. You can click on the financial gift tab, but you can down there. You can also look for the different links that we use. You just rappel down into that description. Let me see. Can I touch them? Yes, I can. Let me know if there's any problem with the, well, if you can hear me. There's probably problems with the audio, knowing that it's StreamYard. And I've been fighting with them, my friend, fighting for many hours yet again, this time over the fact that they won't let me upload anything to the platform. It's an interesting little phenomenon. You're paying for this thing, but they're not allowing you to upload as you are normally allowed to do. So we'll see. I have escalated. I now want to speak with a manager over there. We'll see if they decide that they want the dollars from yours truly, and they're going to start paying attention. You can head on over to the app that permits cash to financially get folks, and that'll be over to my right, your left. Also, subscribe, so I'll be looking at your financial gifts there as well and reading all of the comments from the financial gifts. Entropy, the Dude Bro Moment platform, up and running, and I'll be checking that regularly as well for financial gifts, as well as Premium Rumble and D Live, all for financial gifts. If you would like to just tag me, and I would like you to tag me so that we can have a conversation, please tag me on D Live, on Odyssey, on Premium Rumble, on the Tall Kevin widget over there on the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy. You can find the link for that in the description below on YouTube. Also, you could leave a message with your gifting, which I, of course, as I say, will read on Subscribe Star or on the app that permits cash. I don't know, nowhiteguilt.org. Head right on over there, and you'll find all of the links we're talking about here, and plus many more for monthly financial gifting. If you would like to do that and become a member of the All-Stars in the Honors Roll Call, maybe you'll work your way to the very top of that, and I hope you will. And we acknowledge you at the beginning of every month. There's also some cryptocurrency wallet addresses over there. You financially gift $1 or the equivalent thereof, I will let you know on the subsequent Sunday. We'll say something came in, and then you can go ahead and gift whatever you would like to gift, and God bless you for doing that. There's also at nowhiteguilt.org the address, the snail mail address, and you can reach out to me, and we have some beautiful pieces of mail in the Thaumatological Mailbag. That is the Thaumatological Mailbag, and we'll be getting to that a little bit later. As well as so much more. Huge victories again this week. Every single week, we're changing the world in all of the languages of the white race. Isn't that truly remarkable? NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com if you would like to buy stickers, or if you would like to acquire the texts that I've written with my signature on them, with my John Handgag right on there. That's an option for you, as well as so much more over there. The Great Foreknow has done some miraculous wizardry, and the website is a wonderful thing. There are so many options, links to games that we have made, games that are being produced, links to a No White Guilt Go Free Chat GPT that you can jump right into and ask some questions, and it's a glorious. Finally, you want to head on over to the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. It's the premier institution and service to white well-being, the only institution that is achieving victories, and I want to see you become a part. You can head on over there, 501c3. You can also get your company to match your donations. It's been done before, and I want to see you get involved as well. Swashing men and women of the West. If you are on YouTube, you want to make sure that you click the live chat. Make sure you click live chat instead of top chat. Top chat will hide some of the comments from you. Beyond that, any hidden comments are the work of anti-white fiends. The anti-white fiends that are involved in these different entities and potentially hiding. But we hope that that's not happening. That's one of the reasons why you will follow me on numerous platforms. Follow me on numerous platforms. If you just click subscribe or follow on YouTube, it will, per history, per what's happened over the years now, be deleted. And then you'll have to rediscover me and white well-being a year later or more, or who knows what, as a consequence. So there are options for Telegram. There are options out there, Gab and X and etc. Make sure you follow elsewhere, multiple platforms, so that the anti-whites in the deep state and the purple-haired freakazoid anti-whites at different institutions operating maybe at StreamYard now. I don't know what the hell, pulling the levers to make things malfunction. That's just the way they do things, folks. It is just the way they do things. We're coming up on Halloween. And of course, that is a great and fun time for the children and the kids and all of us. And as you can see, Maximilian van Vark has given us this glorious representation of a little town square for Halloween, starting right here in the closet. You can see we can, when we're done here today, we can just step right through the magical closet, Thanks to Maximilian von Falken, we can sit down out there as the leaves rain down upon us and the fire is going. It's a wonderful time. We can have some probably pumpkin spice lattes or whatever they're selling in there. Who knows what they're selling? But something wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see you all become a member of the work that we're doing here. Heading down to the description on YouTube, you will find links to the individuals who are making clips these days. And we have clips that have been made by a lot of different people, but there are a handful down there. And you can find clips of the work that we do here. And then you can share those clips as we're seeing happen more and more. Just like with the excellent memes of the meme mavens that are doing glorious work for white well-being. You'll also find some Telegram groups in the description on YouTube, as well as some links to the music makers. About 99% of the music or more that we share here every Sunday, every Wednesday, and whenever we are coming together is original music. Some of those links are to legitimate musicians that sing and write the music themselves and everything, and you can listen and become empowered by, because we all know that a revolution has to be powered by music. If you're not imbibing the music, there is no revolution. Robert E. Lee said there needed to be a band. It's a terrible thing, war, but it is something that we sometimes have to do. In every war, every revolution, every fight needs a sound track. And boy, do we have it here. We have some epic music here, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? Great to see everybody here. We are off and rolling, and we're going to be jumping into our items here in just a moment. We got quick news and laughs. We got perspicacious comments. We got folks already showing up and sharing. Anti-Vilification League reposted the stream. You want to be like Anti-Vilification League, and you want to be like Princess Noodles reposting the stream. And who else do we want to be like? The Great Slots reposting the stream, and Robert reposting the stream, and the Great Clean One reposting the stream. Isn't it wonderful? What does it say? Reposting is a habit for everyone. Yes, hopefully it is a habit for everyone. God bless you, and thank you for your service. Hopefully it is a big habit. The great Ivan's, yeah, look at the Ivan. He's here, and he is rocking it out as always. God bless you, champion. And there is the great Seamus McCarthy. Please retweet, replace all of your links with the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see everybody. Look at the great Brent. Dean Dangers in the house. Franklinator is in the house. Rapunzel, Whitebot, Jay Bishop. And last independent thinker is here, Samuski, Ardent Party. Why don't we go ahead and get underway, folks, because we got some things to talk about today. We're going to start off with something a little quirky. Take a look at this nonsense. It's been making the rounds. And up to, 5.5 million? This is, it said here, at the very, but this is by an account called Be Christian. Is it? Oh no, De Christian Life, De Christian Life, De Christian Life. And what we're talking about here, of course, is anti-whiteism, Christianity, and therefore not Christianity really at all. And they write here, honest marital conversation around sex. Now, first of all, this has touched upon a nerve with me. This has touched upon a big nerve with me. Please, if you have done this in your conversation or on your tweets or your writing or whatever it is, do not use the word around for about. Do not use the word around. This is driving me insane. Where's this coming from? It's like the same level of vegetation that says library instead of library. Around? No, it's a conversation about sex. A conversation about sex. You don't bring in your child because they're maybe having bad grades and you say, excuse me, Timmy, we're going to have a conversation around your bad grades. No, it's a conversation about your bad grades. You can take any situation where this imbecilic around is being used. Let's fight back against the erosion of the English language around sex. Like, what does it mean? A conversation that is taking place and it is circling an actual conversation about sex. So now that that's out of the way, this is a conversation, a fictional conversation of how it should go in these relationships. And boy, there is so much about this video that is real, that is true. Unfortunately, real, true, skibbity, and we're fed up with it. Part of the problem that's wrong with the West today and anti-white, white erased Christianity. Let's have a listen, shall we? Your partner keeps rejecting your advances.
Hey, do you want to go upstairs and play chess?
All right, first problem. No. Chess, you're alone. What do you mean? Why do you have to have like a little fake phrase? Why are you going to even ask like this? That right now, this is where the problem begins. Let's just take a listen through so you all can get as irritated with it. And then we will just we'll go back to the beginning. It's quite short. Then we're going to get into the real news of the day.
I'm so tired. Not tonight.
Okay.
It's just the phase of life we're in.
Honestly, when you say that, what I hear is that we're not going to play chess for 3 years.
I could live without it.
Great, that makes me feel really good.
Babe, don't take it personally.
I feel at a loss. I'm trying to be the best partner that I can be and take some of the mental load and give you space so that you can rest. And honestly, I would want to do that regardless of intimacy. But when you still say that you're tired, it starts to feel personal and I don't know what to do.
You've been feeling unwanted.
Yeah, I do.
I haven't been showing you how much you mean to me and that I'm still in love with you.
I appreciate that our priorities have shifted, and I would still love to get back to date nights and having more us time.
I can get on board. Thank you for being honest, and I'm really sorry I was so quick to dismiss it before. I love you, and I do want to work on this.
I love you too, and I want to be close to you. Hey.
Gay! Gay, Claudine Gay. This is gayer than gay sex. When your partner keeps rejecting you. So here's the problem. And this problem is a big problem. And it is that white people this is a relationship for the white race now. Everywhere you go. It's like an open secret everywhere you go in relationships. You get into a relationship, and it's so true with that joke that we opened with. So true. You get into the relationship and the woman's like, well, now that shit is done. Now that's over with. Don't got to do that anymore. What the f is wrong with you? Guys, right now, here's your lesson. If she does this, walk. If she does this, walk. She is in an agreement with you. This is a contract. It's a spiritual contract. She has become your only. If she won't do it, walk. This is a need for men. It is not a question. It's not like, well, can I have a back rub? It's not like it is an absolute must happen. And so look at how the Christian church, as effeminized as a consequence of anti-whiteism that it's become, how they recommend the guy approach the woman. Hey, you think, honey, that maybe we could play some chess? Shut the f up.
Do you want to go upstairs and play chess?
I'm so tired. Not tonight.
I am so tired. Not tonight. Loser. All right, now this is where he says, you know what? I'm tired of everything that you would like for me to do for you. I'm tired of giving you support. I'm tired of being an emotional support. I'm tired of listening to your problems that are totally irrational and illogical and born completely out of emotions and make no sense. I'm tired of you bringing things to me that you won't listen to an answer for, a remedy for. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of just hearing you out. I'm tired of all this. So don't come to me anymore with any more requests. Don't come to me and need a shoulder to lean. Don't come to me. None of it. It's done. Do not go and ask. Like, this is fucking pathetic. You can go to the next level of what's the problem with the admonition here? That you approach this issue with this like it's going to get romantic. It's going to get, what kind of sex is this going to be? Seriously, what kind of sex? She's like, I've been not meeting your needs. I think I will starfish for you. Will you be happy with some starfishing? Can I just, there you go. Are you done yet? Can I just starfish?
Okay.
It's just the phase of life we're in.
It's a phase of life. No, the phase of life
where that doesn't happen is called death. That's the phase of life.
Honestly, when you say that, what I hear is that we're not going to play chess for 3 years.
I could live without it.
She can live without it. Hit the road, Jack. Oh, no, you know, the better song is take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. My woman done left, took all the reason I've been working for. You better not try to stand in my way as I'm a-walking out the door. You can take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. That's what I would be singing on my way out the door. I would say, you know what's perfect for this? We need to take this video and we need to add one of those side chick videos. Like right when she says, you know what, I could live without it. All right. And then you have like that rock and some AC/DC rock song blasting in the background. And here comes the side chick. She's like running across a field. Doesn't matter. She's like in heels and stockings. She's like, here I come. And you're like, your replacement's on the way, bitch.
Great. That makes me feel really good.
Babe, don't take it personally.
I feel at a loss. I'm trying to be the best partner that I can be.
This is so, do not do this. This recommendation, this effeminized recommendation about go to her and talk about how you're trying to be a good partner. And so we should weigh and measure that we're both trying to contribute to this relationship. No, it is animalistic. It is visceral. It is sweating. It is hair pulling. It is any freaking time. It is, it is the, you know what I mean? It is all of the above. It's not, I feel like I'm contributing to this and I feel like I am a very understanding guy. And so I'm just looking for a little chess playing. No, this is remedied naturally, instinctually. And when you get right down to it, if you approach it like this, if this is the MO, she's never going to be on fire. She's never going to be ready. She's never going to be willing. This is the most tepid, stale, gross, plastic, kitschy approach to lovemaking, which can take many forms. It can start with a letter F. It can be lovemaking. It can be a lot of things. But this is not so guys, stop listening to the preachers. Stop listening to the deacons. Stop listening to for the love of God, stop listening to the priest. How many of them would send you someplace other than the wife?
And take some of the mental load and give you space so that you can rest. And honestly,
I'm giving you space so you can. So what is being conveyed here? That she is the superior, that she has all of these needs. And he's saying, look, I am jumping through all of your hoops. Can I get a crumb, please? Madam, can I get a crumb from you, please? I'm doing all of these things for you. I'm giving you space. I'm taking as much of the mental load as I can. I'm letting you bloom and flower as a woman who roars when she feels like roaring and cries when everything goes wrong and then she needs a man to fix it. I'm doing all of this. Where is the I'm doing for you from the woman? Everything that is wrong with a man and woman's relationship in the West is conveyed in this video. Every single thing almost is conveyed in this video. It is not it should not be. If you want to have a healthy, white relationship that produces healthy, strong white children, little sons and daughters of the West, the woman cannot be in charge. The man cannot go to her and say, how many more hoops shall I jump through for you? And then can I get a crumb? And then what's the response from her? Well, I can see how I'm not meeting any of your needs. What do we actually see across the West? Across the West. I mean, in France, for the love of God, you can't even do paternity tests because the hoe is out there with everybody else around town, and the government is going to make you raise other men's children. No. I mean, I'm this close to saying, don't get married. I am this close to saying, don't even be in a relationship.
Because all that matters in a relationship with a female, is her feelings, is her, etc. That's all that ends up mattering.
I would want to do that regardless of intimacy. But when you still say,
I would be so servile to you. Remember, this is a recommendation. This is the way that they are telling men, young men, to approach women in the Christian church.
say that you're tired,
I would do all of that I would totally give up sex for you. I would totally have zero needs and be a sycophantic bitch for you. I mean, this is the way. This isn't like a recommendation for the future. This is how it goes. And what's happening is now that the recommendation is just, if you just go to her and attempt to placate her more, maybe get her some more flowers and chocolates and etc. Buy her a new car and on and on. Maybe if you do all of these things, then maybe she'll starfish for you, Peter. Maybe she'll give you some starfishing for you. No thanks. No freaking thanks. The churches should be telling women, you have a shit ton of duty in a relationship. You are not in charge of the relationship. You are a partner, and the man is in charge of the relationship. You make recommendations. They might be smart, and if he's smart, if your recommendations are smart, he'll go with whatever you're recommending. That's how it's supposed to work. None of this, go to her, she's completely in charge. Yeah, this is a consequence. This gynocentrism is a consequence of anti-whiteism. And my God, is it encapsulated in this?
it starts to feel personal, and I don't know what to do.
You've been feeling unwanted.
Yeah, I do.
I haven't been showing you how much you mean to me and that I'm still in love with you.
I appreciate that our priorities have shifted, and I would still love to get back to
So her priorities, this is the case for the modern relationship in the West. His priorities are her priorities. Because if his priorities were their priorities, then they would be going at it, right? If his priority, well, maybe not this particular guy, but maybe most other guys. If his priorities were their but he's saying our priorities, which he means is her priorities. He has to submit himself to those priorities.
date nights and having more us time.
I can get on board. Thank you for being honest, and I'm really sorry I was so quick to dismiss it before. I love you, and I do want to work on this.
I do want to work on it. I would not want to be present for that. That would be in all of recorded human history. That would be one XXX maybe video that no one would watch. Enough of that nonsense. Here's how you should handle it, by the way. Here's the actual remedy to this issue. Hey, honey, how's your headache? She says, I don't have a headache. Hey. Yeah, that's me. All right, why don't we jump into some quick news and laughs. And we'll get into our news right now.
Alright, stop eating from the floor of the kitchen. Here's advice from a canine physician. It's advice that you shouldn't take lightly, so I'm gonna tell it to you politely. Is it from food? Yo, I don't know. I wouldn't eat bats that are already dead, though I'm pretty sure you won't get it eating other animals, but dead bats, they shouldn't be dismantled. Damn, yeah, I know it's bad news, cause dead bats taste much better than shoes. Friendly bats may not be infected, but you'll only know if they've been dissected. So, if your owner says stay, you better listen up and you better obey, cause bats have a virus that will kill you, and it could infect any humans near you.
Don't catch rabies. Is that what Vanilla Ice did? All right, breaking. Ice is gearing up to begin targeting Antifa, acquiring scanners, facial recognition software, phone hacking tools, drones, and social media monitoring systems in a nationwide push to identify, track, and investigate those funding and leading agitation groups. Why didn't they already have all of this? How many years has ICE existed and they didn't have all of that? I would say that's the problem. Stop anti-whiteism. Give it up. Based in pure love, ladies and gentlemen. Stop anti-whiteism. Well made clip, brother. Pfizer CEO announces their new electronic tracking pill. It's a biological chip, and once you take the tablet, it dissolves into your stomach, and it sends a signal, close quote. Imagine the applications of that. The compliance, close quote. Well, yet again, something else I won't be taking. Philadelphia, no Kings protest yesterday. No anti-white Kings.
Today.
No King's Day.
And why specifically are you out supporting No King's Day?
I think protest is important.
Why are you protesting?
How much
She's anti-white. That's why, buddy.
time do you have?
Couple minutes. And what's the main reason you're out here protesting President Trump?
I agree with a lot of the decisions that are being made.
Is there any decision in particular you disagree with?
Okay, so I would start with,
Yeah, anything that isn't anti-white enough. Come on, white race.
I don't even think it's appropriate for me to have this interview.
So
That's right. GoFundMe caught creating over 1 million NGO pages and accepting donations without those organizations even knowing. What a huge scandal and scam for GoFundMe has taken upon itself to create nonprofit pages for 1.4 million 501c3 organizations using public IRS data, along with information from trusted partners like PayPal. Huge scam there. And these are the people that won't let you raise money for white positive causes. What a surprise. This is an Italian performer back in the day who made a song, and the song is gibberish. It's supposed to sound like what English sounds like, English spoken music sounds like to the Italians. I absolutely am going to find this track because I want to blast it throughout my totality of my house and in the car everywhere I go. Make people think they're having a stroke. Breaking. Donald Trump announces on Truth Social he just signed a commutation, releasing Santos from prison immediately. Before George Santos went to prison, he exposed two enormous things about Congress. Congress is given inside information, he said, and told the exact day to buy and sell stocks. They are actually told what day stocks will jump 80%, making themselves a fortune with every single trade, according to Santos. And Trump just commuted his sentence. Tells you everything you got to know about the elected officials, and so much more we're going to be talking about here shortly. Take a look at this. Why men are avoiding marriage.
I would love to get married again, but now it seems like men don't want to get married anymore.
Your own business. Stop playing the victim. Stop. You stop. You stop!
All right, that's it. I'm calling the cops.
Hey.
I'm calling the cops.
This is why men don't want to get married anymore.
It's funny! It's funny! I hate you! Bro, you're a weird too. Like, it's not funny.
Why are men so hesitant to commit to marriage these days?
I told you to stop texting her. I don't understand why she is the priority here.
This guy is texting happy birthday to a woman he was in elementary school with.
I mean, what's a text? Did you see what the text said?
It doesn't matter what it says. You can ignore it.
I can't say happy birthday?
No, you absolutely cannot say happy birthday. Why is that impossible for you to understand?
I mean, I grew up with a girl. It's not that big of a deal.
I don't care. I do not care.
It's absurd.
If the person that you're with is asking you not to do something, wouldn't you be like, yes, I love you so much, I'm going to not do that anymore.
Excuse me, look, you gotta be quiet, we have other customers here, please.
Mind your business, okay?
Mind my business? Yes, mind my business.
Okay.
I get the authorities, and you mind your business.
Why aren't men getting married anymore?
What?
Do you know what you did?
Yeah, I got paper plates like you asked me to.
We're not wealthy.
Yeah, that's why we're getting paper plates.
You got Dixie Brand.
Okay. They were 3 for $15.
That's
They're on sale. I thought they did.
That's $5 for 44 plates. I normally get like 100 packs.
I wonder why guys are not getting in relationships anymore. This is great.
Here say they heard 6 or 7 shots around midnight. Man, what was it like for you?
Terrifying. I grabbed my kids and got down on the floor. It's too much.
And for you, sir?
Peanut butter.
All right, we'll keep.
My favorite color is 5. President Trump. The shutdown continues. The Republican Party is not going to pay $1.5 trillion to illegal immigrants coming into our country for healthcare and more. My husband minding his own business. My hormones about to ruin both our days.
Belly. Go on.
Oh my God, it's them damn cats again.
Just a little. Not happening, buddy. You're going back to your own.
Belly.
You know you want to.
Softest fur in the county, I swear.
I'm not falling for
Just
it.
one hand, rough or gentle, I don't care. Rub
my
belly.
Go on, just a little.
Rub my belly. Maybe that should be the euphemism for sex then. Instead of chest, rub my belly.
This one's easy. How?
This is really, really weird. This is Charlie Kirk, and Erica Kirk on a show together.
How long have you been married, and when did you know it was time to get married?
How long have you two been married, and how did you know it was time to get married? Now, remember, this was at least a year ago.
We've been married since 2021. We laugh about this because our dates are so messed up because of babies, meaning there's so many dates to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Anniversaries, kids' birth
May
dates,
14th,
yeah,
August
all the
23rd.
things.
He just said May 14th, August 23rd. He's not happy with her putting so little value, not only on her marriage to Kirk, but even their children's birthdays.
So we've been married for.
How did you know it was time to get married?
4 years.
I mean,
how did we know? You just know.
It's also don't waste your time. Right?
Don't waste your time. And plus, we were ready to start our life together.
That's right.
Look, he is not happy about that at all. Well. Take a look at this gymnast. She's amazing. Oh, no!
Beam has snapped. The center just gave way completely. Coach is diving out of the way. She's down on the mat.
That is a full structural break. Look at the end.
Leonard settling on
That
the
is a
beam
full
now,
structural
looking
break.
composed.
Oh, my God.
Beam has snapped.
The center just gave way completely.
Story is truly wild. Iris Stolzer is the mayor of Herdecker in Germany. Socialist, big lefty,
Anti-white.
Big supporter of mass migration. She imported an adopted daughter from Mali and an adopted son from Haiti. This is how things ended up. Stoltz's adopted son called the police, claiming that a gang of men had attacked his mother. And after she regained consciousness in the hospital, Stolzer reportedly told police that her own adopted son and daughter had attacked her, trying to set her on fire and stabbing and slicing her 13 times. Her son left one of the knives in his own back.
Couldn't happen to a nicer anti-white.
Backpack and another in his room, as well as bloody clothes worn by the daughter. German prosecutors responded to the case by won't face any charges because the daughter called the police, therefore it's clear that she did not want to commit murder. The pair were sent to a youth welfare office instead of prison after Stolzer honorably adopted
Youth welfare instead of prison for stabbing and slashing their mother, adoptive mother, 13 times and trying to set her on fire.
Adopted, brought up, cared for. This is how they repaid her. This story.
Anti-whiteism. Thank you, West. Make sure every voter sees what California Democrats are doing. The LA County Board of Supervisors just enacted a state of emergency to provide an moratorium for illegals, expands access to existing $30 million in funds, and rent relief programs for illegal tenants, emergency rent payments for illegals because they're not going to work. So is California going to pay for these things? This whole list of things going to anti-white, non-whites are not going to work because they're worried about ICE. No, the rest of the country is going to pay for it. Because if California had to pay for all of this, it's instantly broke. Okay, here is your white moment of the week, ladies and gentlemen. It's totally wholesome. These two are getting married. Let's hope she doesn't end up starfishing. Maybe you can see she's trembling so hard trying to give her speech that the paper is shaking so much she probably can't read it.
I am lost.
I love that. Very white of the young man right there. Big salutes, big Promethean salutes to that guy. As opposed to this scenario, which is another group of people, and this woman in yellow is getting engaged. The guy is down on his knee right here to give her the ring. Let's see how it turns out. Yeah, it's a different crowd. Here's a lesson in firearms. I think this is a 50 cal, unless I'm corrected here. I think it's a 50 cal. You can see the muzzle brake on the front there. It's a little lesson in firearms and physics. Oh my God. In case you can't tell, the target is exploding as a consequence of the 50 cal going through it at a colossal rate of speed with extraordinary mass. And the pieces fly all the way back. Could have killed either of these guys. Wow. For the first time ever, the Vatican has built a Muslim prayer room inside the Apostolic Library. While Christians are banned from Mecca, while no church stands in Saudi Arabia, and while Europe's cathedrals are being turned into mosques, Pope Leo rolls out prayer rugs in the heart of Rome. Yeah, that's a path to victory.
Sometimes I think about how beautiful life is, and then I shit on the carpet. Oh, this is a good one. Poor thing.
Okay, y'all don't mind how red my face is, but I just wanted to get on here and say that I feel like the world is set up to be against single moms.
Oh, what? Now what's this?
Choose.
Oh.
Well.
Well. Yes, indeed. WTF, student at whatever university this is, exposes college textbook. I think it's Georgia. University of Georgia. Let's just hear from the young lady.
So about a month ago, I came across a sentence in my textbook, and it read identities, describing identities. And one identity that it pointed out was Christianity. And in parentheses, the book reiterated that Christianity is a US-based white supremacist group, which I was mind blown because the textbook did not describe any other identities besides Christianity. I had opened my textbook to read chapter 8, which was titled Contested Identities, Shifting Publics in a Globalized World. The way it was worded, it listed several marginalized groups, but then only called Christians to be white supremacists. But the scariest thing is
white Christians.
That the book was written in 2007. Therefore,
2007.
this has been shared for almost 20 years.
Don't you love it when people who are new to what's really going on, they say, well, you know what? It just started like 5 years ago. This book alone has been around for almost, 20 years? And there were books before that. It's not just Christians, honey. If they're saying white supremacist, then they mean white Christians. And the problem there is that they're white, not that they're Christian. Open your eyes, Christians. God damn. Woman, 37, stabs husband multiple times after finding explicit photos of another woman that turned out to be her when she wasn't a cow. Homeland Security actually tweeted, FAFO, if you threaten or lay hands on law enforcement officers, we will hunt you down and we will find out really quick. You will find out really quick. We'll see you cowards soon. You got to love that. Democrats just figuring out you can't blame one demographic. You mean stop making it an abstraction, Scott Adams. Aren't you already supposed to be dead? Weren't you dying a year ago? You were going to be dead any day. So anyhow, abstractionize one demographic. You mean white males?
How do Democrats win back white men like yourself?
I don't know. And
what did I tell you about conservatives? Anti-whites could be saying, we're killing you, we're robbing you, we're victimizing you because you're white. And cucks will say, this isn't about race. It's about the abstraction of personal property, personal space, the abstraction of body bubble.
truthfully, I'm not sure if that's possible, to be honest. I think that's been seriously eroding for a while. And in some cases, in the conversations I've had, a lot of people, they don't even want to say it publicly, but they just feel like...
Look, Fetterman is an actual troll. And it probably because of his trollish nature, he doesn't know exactly how to be anti-white. And so he's just speaking honestly. He's like, you can't get back white males. You can't get back white people in general, but white males, absolutely not. You've been demonizing white males forever. When I get discouraged and want to quit something, I remember the words of my 3-year-old after she puked carrots all over the living room floor. I'm going to need more carrots. That should be our motto. I'm going to need more carrots. Never give up. She was right. And finally, we have this.
Dieser Kuchen war geradezu bombastisch und die Nachfrage danach erstarkte drastisch. Barbara öffnete noch im selben Jahr eine Bar und nannte sie Barbaras Rhabarberbar. In der Stadt gab es auch ein paar Barbaren, die hatten von Barbaras Rhabarberbar erfahren. Und da sie fortan jeden Tag bei Barbara waren, nannte man sie bald die Rhabarberbar.
Let's go!
Rotting in the filth of selfish pursuits, consumed by greed, you sell your roots. Chained to desires, you worship a lie, burying honor while our king slowly die. You crave, you take, you waste away, feeding the beast of your own decay. Your hollow kingdom fills you with pride, spoiling our inheritance, destroying our lives. Slave to consumption, averting your eyes to our people's destruction, drowning your screams, a mindless sedation, while the anti-white poisons our nation. Anti-white scum, clinging to your hollow gold, blind to the sickness that's taken hold. You pretend to be kings in a world of ash, clutching your trinkets, worship your cash. You crave, you take, you waste away, feeding the beast of your own decay. Your hollow kingdom fills you with pride, spoiling our inheritance, destroying our lives.
Give it up for Slots, ladies and gentlemen, the maker of this epic tune.
And you bow to the throne, selling your soul just to fade alone. You crave, you take, you waste away, feeding the beast of your own decay.
We have Dice and Tatum coming up now, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be interesting. We're going to dig into that. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying. Tags for the items we have already covered. Anything that you would like to share your thoughts on. And we have the Supreme Court taking on the Voting Rights Act 1965 coming up. And, of course, 7 million anti-whites in the streets. Largest demonstration ever.
For your fate, everything you'll be when the curtain falls is a ghost to all that West Bengal.
Epic tunage, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Tatum reveals a little bit about himself, and in this little punchback against the King Dice, Mark King Dice. So let's get into their little back and forth spat. It began. We talked a little bit about it on Wednesday. It began with Brandon Tatum, as you know, a conservative content creator, 3.5 million plus followers, I guess, maybe across multiple platforms, more than 4 million. Because why? Because he is a black conservative and a Christian. And that means that white people, because of anti-whiteism, who have concluded as a consequence of the ideology that we don't matter, our views don't matter, our thoughts don't matter, but non-white views and thoughts do, especially the angelized black race within the anti-white narrative. Their thoughts and views and opinions and lives matter immensely. So when they share our views, white people will follow, will pay, will write checks, will buy merch, everything under the sun. So his success is entirely dependent upon anti-whiteism. In a healthy white country, no one would give a shit what Brandon Tatum had to say. No one would care. White people would rather hear it from strong, healthy, intelligent brothers and sisters of their own people. But the fact that there are so many little starlets, little dilettantes, non-white that are conservative, non-white conservatives, especially black males, they're like instantly to the top. instantly put on stage. The fact that there are so many, again, is evidence of the social morality of the West. So it's beyond just a set of socio-political ideas, a left versus right within the anti-white narrative, as we teach here all the time. It's much deeper than that. It's much deeper than education. It's much deeper than culture. It is the social morality of the West, which is the anti-white immoral imperative. And people like Tatum are riding high as a consequence of that. He's not only become very wealthy as a consequence of all of the white self-hate, of the anti-white social morality that white people live by. He's also got himself a white wife. She probably felt very guilty about being white. We know here that it's possible for people of different races to fall in love, but so often when it's with a white person, it is to some degree a consequence of anti-whiteism. No identity, an evil identity, endeavoring to escape that burden for over the course of their life, an endeavor to become something other than yourself by marrying in and by reproducing children with all of the above. So what's going on? Brandon Tatum is also a Zionist. Isn't that special? He's also a Zionist. So he dislikes, maybe hates, I don't know, Tucker Carlson. And he doesn't want Tucker Carlson near TPUSA. So he made a tweet where he said he's trying to raise $1 million where some donor is going to put up half of it, and Tatum is going to raise the rest. He made this tweet where he said, we're going to get all this money to Erica. Don't you want to get the money to Erica, the woman who can't remember the birth dates of her children, and he can't remember the year she was married when it was within the last 3 or 4 years? How do you mess that one up? Even guys get that right. How do you mess that up? So don't you want to get the money to her? He says, we're going to do this for her. And in the exact same tweet, he says, but you know what? There's a big problem, and that is allowing anybody who isn't a Zionist to speak, especially somebody as persuasive as Tucker Carlson, who can make a cogent argument or at least ask the questions and allows the conversation to take place about whether or not the United States should be so subservient to Israel, so subservient to the interests of Zionists around planet Earth, like Hollyhand, little Brylan Hollyhand, who said, what did he say? You remember, we watched the video here. If you are MAGA, if you are a Republican, if you are a conservative, you've got priorities. Number one, it's the state of Israel. Number two, it's Jews generally around the world. And number three, it's America first. Give me a break. So as a consequence, Dice decided to make a video about Tatum and his tweet and trying to run off Tucker Carlson. And Dice really pointed out here, hey, I want you to look at Charlie Kirk and his comments. And he was keeping Tucker Carlson on board, irrespective of the anti-white donors saying, no, you got to get rid of this guy. And in particular, obviously, the anti-white Jewish Zionists. Jewish and Zionist is what they want to be called. They're just anti-white because those interests, the Zionist interests, in conflict with white well-being, don't they? Fighting wars for Zionist and funding Zionist and paying for, etc., is at variance with the well-being of white people, because we're not centering whites. We're not talking about our well-being first, because if we did, then we would not be endorsing and supporting Zionism. And so here is the rebuttal.
Doing, bro? What are you doing?
Brandon Tatum, a very popular black conservative YouTuber who I gave a shout out to back in 2016 when he was just getting started, because I thought it'd be good to have more black Trump supporters visible on social media. But as we all know, if you're back at DEI hire, it never turns out well.
And that's, we mentioned that. Dice said he learned a lesson. We hope he learned, and we hope many other white content creators pick up white males. If you, for whatever reason, your talents, and it's always aleatory with everything, because you could be the smartest, you could be the best looking, you could be everything. And if chance doesn't favor you, you go nowhere. So you have to you have to pay it back or pay it forward to our people. If we're going to have a people, it's you achieve your well-being by the way of our people's well-being. So if you want to pick somebody up in the future, white people out there, stop picking up non-whites. They're not going to pick you up. Jesse Lee Peterson would rather be set on fire. I mean, he might already be on fire and run over by trucks than to have somebody like me on, which would be good for white people. Brandon Tatum would never talk with me. They're not going to pick up any white guys. None of these people ever will. So the few white content creators out there that are able to, Tucker Carlson, should be bringing on other white guys that deserve to have their voices heard.
The only reason I was a part of the conservative Inc. is because I'm black. Is that how you really feel, bro? You think it's because I'm black? This is why I don't fool with y'all. Let me just tell you.
That's the reason why you're brought on. That's the reason why they reached out from TP USA to other black content creators. They made more than a handful of them famous as all hell. People who had no following at all, but they could talk. They were at least a midwit. And so what happened? I mean, Kirk reached out specifically. I shared with you a video of one of those black content creators who had a couple hundred of followers, and Kirk direct messaged him. See, that's a big problem in our race. The phone never rings and says, I'm calling you because you are a white guy, I'm a white guy, and we are going to rock. That never happens. No, all the white guys are calling up the black guys to help them, the black girls to help them, the Arabs, the Jews. They're calling everybody else under the sun. So all of these people they want to talk about, blame all of these other groups. Are you shitting me? Blame white guys. If you want to blame a group, blame white guys. Because we have trillionaires, we have billionaires, we have more wealthy than any other group on planet Earth by far. And they're not reaching out. They're not writing checks to the white race. They're not elevating white guys whose voices should be heard. Instead, it's the Tatums. Instead, it's Candace Owens's. Instead, it's so many others who then get out there, and who is their loyalty to? It's not going to be biospiritually to the white race, that I can tell you. And here he is selling merch. Let's skip.
These are the best quality tumblers that I have ever got my hands on. Family.
Okay, good. For you.
And we're trying to raise.
And you know what? You know who's buying all of these? White people. It ain't blacks. You know how many you can fit all the black conservatives in a lavatory. It's who's making him rich are all the white people buying this junk. Look at all this.
Negative about Mark Dice online ever. And you know why? Because I thought Mark Dice was my friend. And if I had a problem with something he said, which I do have a problem with a few things he said, but if I had a problem with something that Mark Dice,
I gotta mention, you know how many times I've heard, by the by, blacks in the service, in business, in education, and there is a disagreement. There's some kind of and they are clearly in the wrong. This argument somehow is it genetic? They're always like, I thought you my friend. I thought you my friend. Do you have any? They should just never disagree with you.
Said I would have just texted him. I have his number. He actually texted me before he made this video. And yeah, I didn't get a chance to get around to texting him back because I'm busy. I'm working. I'm a businessman. I got 20 plus employees here. I got multiple companies I'm running. I don't have.
Okay, did you hear that? I didn't hear that. The 20 plus employees is insane to run this operation. Insane. 20 plus employees. White people funding all of it. But he said he has multiple businesses. I don't think that Tatum, which I think we will call him now, based on the image I showed you on the thumbnail. I don't know if you were able to catch that, but he's there speaking for TP USA. They invited him to speak, as they are wont to do. And he had a shirt on with Hebrew on it. Isn't that nice? So I think from now on, maybe he's Talmud Tatum. Maybe we'll call him Talmud Tatum from now on. It's, by the way, it was Psalms. I wrote it down here. 6:4. Turn, O Lord, deliver my life, save me for the sake of your steadfast love. And you know what I find a bit detestable about that particular verse is that it's trying to guilt God. Save me because you love us. Save me because you, remember, don't forget, you love us. So turn around and save my ass. Talk about some disrespect. But that's what he had on his show, written in Hebrew.
Have time to text people back all the time. And he was asking me about Candace Owens and, hey, trying to get dirt on Candace Owens pretty much. And I was going to respond. So I'm glad I didn't respond to it.
All right, so that's really despicable because Dice, as you all know, reached out in the text and said off the record and asked a question if he knew something about Candace Owens. And as Dice pointed out, he only had to say yes, no, or don't know. Don't know, no idea, whatever. Instead, he doesn't respond to this. And that's not a big deal. I'm sure Dice didn't care about that. But here you have this guy, and where is the so-called like journalistic integrity? You're not off the record means you're not sharing what's being asked.
Because he ain't my friend. So who knows? He would try to say something to set me up to say something about Candace so he can go share. It's just all that weird.
There it is again. He's supposed to be my friend. Officer Beta. Absolutely. He's a pseudo-Christian. Yes. D. Shadia is here. Good to see you. Tree Godfather. Good to see everybody. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt if you have some thoughts. Tree Godfather also sharing that it's echoing. It was turned almost to zero. I could almost not hear what was coming out. So it's StreamYard. Nothing can be done, I'm afraid. Do you think they were organically in love, or were Charlie and Erica put together by donor dollars? I think he loved her, but I think she's a psychopath. I think that's probably what's going on. Azimuth Clark is with us. Spud is here. I think that's why I don't think it was some kind of weird, like orchestrated and they were fake and it was just for appearance. Nah, absolutely not. I think she is a psychopath. I think he was a totally goofy guy. And this was a beautiful woman and he fell in love with her, but she's psychopathic. That's why her weird, like, patting the tears away from only one eye. And you couldn't really see any tears. But when somebody cries, tears come out of both eyes. But the patting was always on one eye. So I think that's probably more likely what's going on. Bob is here. Hello and welcome. Eagle Heart is here. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. If you have anything, Viking is here. Garlos is here. If you have anything you would like to share, Yiz is here. I thought you was my friend. I'm just going to go ahead and breach the norm, the white norm of off the record, meaning this is not shared publicly.
Stuff, bro. And he texted me that. I didn't text him back. He made this video. I wrote a comment like, dude, I'm disappointed. Like, what's the deal? You got my number. He texted me and say, only reason I was a part of the Conservative Inc. is because I'm black. Is that how you really feel, bro?
That's what it really is. I mean, just Brandon, that's what it is. You could be part of the conservative. You could be a conservative black person. You could be a Christian conservative black person. 100%. That 100%. But a figurehead on a stage making bank? No. The only reason any of that is happening is because you're black. You were started on third base, and here's the crazy thing, folks. Anti-whiteism, hardcore anti-whites, will put non-white people on third base in order to put white people in the dugout, and in particular white guys. Put them in the dugout So they're going to fill the field with non-whites because otherwise there wouldn't be anybody on the field. They take white men off the field, and now the field's empty. So what do? You have the collateral beneficiaries that we talk about. So then they so it's not done for blacks. Or occasionally you will hear conservatives, whether they're white or non-white, kind of come close to this reality, this understanding, because they'll say, well, wait, they're not doing these things for blacks because all the things that are being done are not actually helping blacks as a group, as a people. So it couldn't be. It must be for something else. But then they never will say the truth if they are smart enough to even arrive at it, which is that you need beneficiaries. When you white erase the white males, you need somebody to take the money, somebody to take the check. But on the other side of the equation, you have this white guilted population suffering from anti-whiteism with the social morality of the anti-white immoral imperative, and thinking that because it's true inside the anti-white narrative, that their opinions, their lives, their hurts, their aspirations, none of it matters if you're white. None of it does. So Brandon, they are looking to you because you are in the anti-white narrative, this angelized black guy who shares some of their views. Maybe many, maybe some. So they want to promote you to advance their views. That's what's happening. The white women throwing themselves on their back and their legs open is to rid themselves of white guilt, is to rid themselves of their identity as a white person. That's why it's happening. So on both sides of this infernal coin, you have hardcore anti-whites who are putting non-whites first because they got rid of the white guys. On the other side of the coin, you have white people, conservatives, nationalists, etc., jingoists, who are putting non-whites first because they know they don't matter. White people don't matter. So yes, the only reason you're there is because you're black. The only reason you have 20 plus employees and are making bank and are getting speaking invitations across and being interviewed all over the place is because your ass is black and my ass is white. That's why there is no bank. There is no matter how intelligent I am, and I guarantee you, Brandon, I guarantee you, my friend, let's not even go down that road. My white ass, no bank, no audience, no speaking invitations in interviews or online or otherwise, or conferences. TPUSA never going to ask me to come be a part of what they're doing because I'm a white male. For fuck's sake. I mean, you got to just say the reality. Yes, it's because you're black. It's definitely not you're smart. I mean, I mean, let's be real. Brandon, you are not on the left side of the bell curve, but you aren't on the right, okay? I mean, it's just a reality. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. I can't grow an afro. You can. All right? You are not on the right side of the bell curve. You're there because you're black.
You think it's because I'm black? You say I'm a part of Conservative Inc. What is Conservative Inc? I've been running my own stuff since 2018. I'm my own man. I don't take no money from nobody. I don't take donations. I'm not.
Okay, here's what it is. You know, and I can totally appreciate that I've said it here. If you're a black guy, show up to work, speak English. You're going to get a white woman. No, you're going to get lots of white women, and you're going to get paid, and you're going to get promoted, and you'll barely have to do any work. So Brandon, he says, he's working. I can appreciate that he's working, but it's like selling sneakers. If he and I both started selling sneakers, building sneakers, that not just buying them wholesale and then selling them retail. If he started making sneakers and I started making sneakers, he could make crap ass, like garbage sneakers, and white people will buy them in the millions, and that'll make him rich. I could make the best sneaker that has ever, it could make you run a second faster in every whatever dash, yard or meter that you run. And no one's buying because I'm a white guy. No one's going to show up. And we're just talking about the clientele. We don't know what kind of business assistance, and I'm sure wouldn't own up to it, that he's getting from the county, from the state, from the feds. I don't know what kind of grants he's gotten as a black business owner, a person of color. We don't know about all that shit, but I can at least appreciate that he's putting forward a little bit of effort. In the anti-white West, if you're a black guy, this much, a modicum of effort, and you are going to live huge.
A nonprofit. I don't take investors. I built this with my own money, sweat, and effort this whole time. I'm independent just as much as he say he's independent. I wrote my own book.
No, I think you really have maybe a better comparison between Dice and Talmud Tatum, because Dice is working his ass off for year after year after year. He's super bright. He makes great, funny content. He's always au courant, in step with the population and what people are talking about. And he says, and I am inclined to believe him, he's working at a table in the kitchen, and he's written a bunch of books, very insightful, footnoted. And Dice, after all of that effort and luck playing a part of it, as course, as it always does, aleatory, he is the individual who let us know all about promoted Talmud Tatum because he thought it'd be a good thing to have another black guy in there. Now Talmud Tatum has just blown by him. Blown right by him. And Talmud Tatum is now saying in tweets, hey, trying to raise $1 million for Erica. But we got this problem with this Tucker Carlson.
I created an e-commerce store that services, I don't know how many people. We got 20, 30,000 5-star reviews. We got, 100, 200,000 customers. That's something I built on my own.
And they're all white.
Up all night building an e-commerce store, learning on YouTube how to do e-commerce. Built my own print shop right here. Didn't know nothing about print shop.
I can appreciate that because I've rolled up my sleeves and time and again and again and again and again, not knowing anything about the subject matter, digging in to make things work. But society, anti-white society, doesn't work for me. If people like Talmud Tatum here were honest with himself, honest with the public, he'd be able to say, hey, I'm benefiting from all this white guilt. Let me help out a white guy. What do you think the odds are? I mean, obviously he might bring Hollyhand in it, but that's not really a guy, right?
Print shop. I looked it up online. I figured out which products to get. Obviously, I did some due diligence here. Ordered all the stuff. Hired a guy from Chicago. Didn't know him from Adam, to be honest. I took a risk. He came down here, built the shop up, and now look at what we're doing. Independent, self-made. But let me play what he said about me because, and it's funny, Nick, because I spoke about this in my video last night. This is why I don't come out and bash my true friends, because I say something you don't like and y'all turn on me. Just imagine if I was talking to him and kikiing with him about all this stuff, and then he turned on me like this. This is why I don't fool with y'all. Roll the clip, and I got to debunk the stupidity that he said. Roll it.
The stupidity. We're going to see the clip be rolling. We're going to see Talmud Tatum, his response to. Why don't we just go ahead and do that first?
Brandon Tatum, a very popular black conservative YouTuber who I gave a shout out to back in 2016 when he was just getting started because I thought it'd be good to have more black Trump supporters visible on social media. But as we all know, if you back a DEI hire, it never turns out well. And now Coach Tatum is.
That's so funny.
Trying to undermine Charlie Kirk's last wishes for Turning Point USA by
hold on. Charlie Kirk's last wishes. Where is it documented that what he's about to say is Turning Point's Charlie Kirk's last wishes? Where in his
now, in all fairness to Talmud Tatum, the text messages weren't revealed yet, where Kirk was absolutely saying, "Hey, I'm not getting rid of Tucker." There are these anti-white Jewish, that's what he should be calling them. Who gives a shit what they call themselves? Zionists. Anti-white Jewish donors who say, hey, this guy's got to go or that guy's got to go or you're not getting the money. And he said, no, Tucker's going nowhere. So that's everything you need to know. Everything. Before even that being released, we knew that these people were upset with Tucker Carlson, these anti-white I think maybe not all of them are Jewish. So anti-whites in general, not just anti-white Jews, donating to TPUSA were demanding that Tucker be removed. And yet Kirk continued to have him showing up and speak, continued with the conversations, continued with the relationship. That's all the information you need. You don't even need to see the text messages, do you?
his will is his last wish got anything to do with Tucker Carlson? His last wishes? His last wishes. Okay, roll it.
Eyes with Tucker Carlson posting this just the other day. I will always support Turning Point USA. Tucker Carlson is antithetical to what TPUSA stands for, which is interesting because Charlie Kirk stood by Tucker and lost millions of dollars a year in donations from wealthy.
Why did he lose money in donations? Because Tucker is antithetical to TPUSA's mission. And just because
what is TPUSA's vision then? Folks, so much is revealed in this little tea spilling in the spat here, and people just miss it. People just miss it. The anti-white donors, and you can blame them to whatever degree you want to, but whatever that is, it's a fraction of the blame you need to place and the responsibility you need to take for what's happening on our side. Because you have anti-white donors funding one of the chief entities for American cuck servidom, and they are demanding service to something antithetical to white well-being, service to something else first, the kind of thing that anti-white Laura Loomer would like to see served first. So we can say, okay, these entities are being financed by anti-whites, and in some cases, anti-white Jews. But what's happening on our side? Where are the white millionaires who are stepping up and writing a bunch of zeros to the Foundation for White Wellbeing? .org. Where are they? So the problem is with us. The problem is with us not having a people. The problem is with the collaborators in the white race who continue to get in the way of creating a people out of our vitiated race. That's the problem.
You stand by your friend don't mean you agree with your friend. And just because you stand by your friend and you put him on stage and cause Turning Point USA to lose money when you have never propped anybody up or put anybody on stage like Tucker, at the end of the day, it's because he's not a right fit. And just because you support him don't make it right. He had Tucker on stage. That don't make it right.
It does make it right because Charlie Kirk was TPUSA. It does whatever he wants is what's right. What his donors want is not what's right. They can finance, just like here. A donor can come in here, a big donor could come in here and say, I want to endorse what you're doing. It's working. I want to endorse that. How many zeros you want? And then that person, that donor, would be getting what they wanted. But if they changed their mind, or if a new donor came in and said, I really like what you're doing, but you know what? You have to include this or exclude that. I'm going to say, get bent. Don't want the money. And that's finally where Charlie was getting. He was finally getting fed up with donors saying, I'm going to give you the money, but in the exact same way that Talmud Tatum does in his tweet. I want to give you all this money. I love, this is great, everything you're doing here. I want to give, but you know what? I'm kind of not happy with. Oh, that's all that needs to be said to communicate that the money is dependent on carrying out those wishes. So here's Talmud Tatum. Where is his loyalty then? He calls himself a Zionist.
What he was doing was pouting and being against his donors and saying, I'm gonna double down. Charlie Kirk never in his career publicly lamented to or mentioned anything that Tucker did as far as Israel and none of the other stuff that Tucker is now doing. The things
I don't know what lamented to means, but
that Charlie Kirk spoke at SAS. Charlie Kirk didn't say none of the stuff that Tucker is saying. So what make you think he agreed with Tucker? But he was saying, I'm gonna double down because they told me that I can't bring him on, so I'm gonna bring him on anyway. That don't mean that was his last wishes or he actually supported everything that Tucker is saying. Roll the clip.
His donors because he wouldn't cancel Tucker from their primary major event coming up in December, America Fest. I do not support him at any TPUSA event. He should not be there, period. Again, that's not what Charlie thought, but you know what? Brandon Tatum knows what's best. He went on to dangle a $1 million donation.
There it is right here. The Great Sloth says, no white guilt, you have dug in and learned, produced good, and received salted earth. I know because it's the same with me. God bless you, brother. White guys got to be picking up white guys. That's got to be the future, or there'll be no white race. There'll be no Western civilization. Samuski says, you are 10 times more intelligent and well-spoken than all of these folks you mentioned, hands down. God bless you. I thank you for that, champion. Tag me as no white guilt. Biospirit of the West says, Tatum is an anti-white hire. Got perfectly put. Cool Papa J Magic is in the house. Make sure you tag me, folks, if you have a comment or thought you want to share. Thank you for demonstrating the low intelligence of Tatum. Hopefully, shame reaches Tatum and shames him into compromising the evil of anti-white, decentering that's harming America. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, brother. The great slots. Ricky is here. Bob is here. Problematic Biospirit. Dennis is here. Good to see everybody in the house. So this is Talmud Tatum's tweet. Now, is this what do you see? Tatum here is going to pretend like, and let me just say for Mr. Talmud Tatum, that if you want to be white positive, I'll like every white positive thing you do. If you want to bring me on so that white people can find out about a white guy that should be listened to because we're white positive, because we're combating the evil, the actual evil of this age, if you wanted to do that, I would be very happy with you. I'm happy with anyone who is white positive. I'm happy with anyone who pushes back against anti-whiteism. Very happy with that. Not a problem at all. That's what I base it all on. But if we're going to be seeing this instead of that, well, then we're going to have a problem. A friend asked me, Talmud Tatum tweeted, a friend asked me whether he should give $500,000 to TPUSA. I wonder who this anti-white friend is. I said yes. We are raising $1 million to give to Erica Kirk, which she might use for TPUS, for more expensive rings and jewelry and etc. that she can wear when she stands in front of the crowd, seemingly awkwardly troubled by her husband's gruesome assassination. But he goes on here. TPUSA serves a purpose bigger than speakers on stage. What? What? We were just talking about, I was about to pat you on the back. You got some kind of a friend who wants to give $500,000. I can't even conceive this kind of money. $500,000. Sorry, genius white man with Germanic features here, and outperformed others everywhere he goes. So, Modern West today, this is what it looks like. Welcome to my 10 by 10. And we're going to raise this money for Erica here. She's hurting, She's hard up for dough. She's hurting, but we're going to raise this money, and then speakers on stage, but supporting Tucker is wrong. Yeah, those two things, you connected them in the same tweet. In the same tweet. Absolutely, you're saying there's a stipulation. To deny it is to be a child. Like this is Talmud Tatum tweeting with cookie all over his face, white frosting all over his face. And Mama Tatum is like, did you eat the cookies? Nope.
Nation in front of Turning Point while
Time out.
suggesting that they
I'm dangling $1 million in front of Turning Point. Listen to what this fool reads. Does this sound like I'm dangling money? Like, it doesn't sound like it's optional. Does this sound like I'm going to get or I'm not going to give it? I'm dangling money in front of. Now, I'm not going to get upset about it, even though it riles me up a little bit, because I worked for Turning Point ever since 2000. I've been working with or for Turning Point ever since 2017. I was doing speaking engagements pretty much.
Okay, so right after Mark Dice introduced you to the world so that all these white booby losers could immediately follow you, TPUSA picked you up, and you've been doing tours for them and speeches for them.
For free. I was doing fundraiser events on behalf of Charlie because I love Charlie and I supported him, and they weren't paying me specifically to do fundraiser. And one event I remember that Charlie couldn't go to, I raised the most money that they had ever raised at that event in TPUSA history. I ain't need no extra.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all. I could get up on stage and deliver the most scintillating speech to raise funds. And out of your typical white booby, white guilted loser cuck, nothing would come from the pockets. But Tatum, of course, wonder what the difference is.
The money? They weren't paying me. I wouldn't get no real money from Turning Point USA.
No real money, by the way. You know, I would be really happy with that fake money that they're handing out, whatever that sum is. What is it, just a few thousand? He's not getting any real money. He's practically oppressed.
Went to 20-something universities. You know how much that'll cost if I spoke at 20-something universities? They weren't paying me pretty much nothing for that. Now, let him read it and just how silly this is. Roll the clip.
Sever ties with Tucker, saying that a friend asked me whether he should donate $500,000 to Turning Point USA. I said yes. We are raising $1 million to give to Erica, which she might use for TPUSA. TPUSA serves a bigger purpose than speakers on stage, but supporting Tucker is wrong for TPUSA. TPUSA has never supported a person like him.
Well, and here's the thing for Brandon, if you're listening, and I know you're not, because I'm just some white guy with a small channel that is with this mighty team has changed the world, but that's neither here nor there. But for the future, if you didn't actually mean, which I don't believe, but if you didn't actually mean to make that a stipulation, then don't put them together. Don't wed the comments, the opinions.
Spewing anti-Semitism. Again, undermining one of the last things that Charlie Kirk stood for before his assassination.
Ricky's asking about my opinion about Bubble Boy. He's a anti-Jew spurg, and that is the biggest problem. He's also troublingly narcissistic and will serve himself in every scenario. So that you can be sure of, which means service to the well-being of our people, the white race, not first priority. A lot like Richard Spencer in that sense. But ultimately, since you're not going to get a peoplehood for Western kind out of complaining about Jews, that's the most problematic thing. JB from Florida, Cindy Ben is here. Jason, for what it's worth, I have noticed an increase online in comment sections using the term anti-white and anti-whiteism and white well-being. I am hoping to see it increase even more. Brother, yes, thank you for adding your voice to that. The victory of this vision is materializing across the totality of the West. And thank God we've been making over 1,000 videos talking about it forever. Books going back forever. I even showed you all one of the original, once it made it into GoFree made it into a plastic binder. Pushing this for decades. So it's all us. We did it. Thank you for adding your voice to the awareness of that.
Hold on. People be really thinking that, can he not read? I know I can't read that good. He definitely ain't read. I can't read that good. He can't interpret what he's reading. It's very clear.
People be.
I said, a friend asked me about donating $500,000 Turning Point USA.
Wait. Did he say axe?
I said yes. In spite of the fact that I don't like Tucker. In spite of the fact that I don't think Tucker should even be on stage. But I said yes. I didn't say, no, don't do that, man, because they got Tucker up there. That's not what I said. We're raising money, all of us. That means people on this channel that support the merch. We're trying to get the number up to $1 million where I can write Erica Kirk a check, and she can do whatever she wants. I don't know if she's gonna give it a Turning Point, but I would imagine she's probably not gonna take the money in her pocket and have to pay taxes on it. So giving it to Turning Point, a mission that she believed in, her family believes in, Charlie believed in, it's non-negotiable. And I go through and say, TPUS.
Could you imagine that white people are making him wealthy enough to be able to write a check for $500,000? This is so specious what he's saying now. It's such a flimsy lie. He's everywhere else he's talking about how Tucker's got to go because the anti-white Zionist donors don't like him. And then now he's pretending like I'm saying he told him to give him the money no matter what.
Say serves a purpose bigger than the speaker on stage. That means that even though I disagree with Tucker, it's a small part of the vision of Turning Point USA. And somebody name a single person that Charlie Kirk has had on stage, that Turning Point has hosted on stage, independent of a debate or an interview, that Charlie directly interviews this person that was anti-Semitic or saying crazy conspiracies about Israel. Turning Point USA, from the foundation of Turning Point, has been a pro-American, pro-Zionist organization. There has never been a day where Charlie has come out and said that they weren't. Charlie has.
I'm sorry, I have to ask you, what kind of organization was it? I got to hear. I might have misunderstood. And here's the problem. We just had the question about Bubble Boy Fuentes, and this is immediately we get to see an example of what happens here. If you are anti-Jew spurging, then you can rightfully, in the minds of our brothers and sisters, be charged with anti-Jew. Of course, they'll call it anti-Semitism, beliefs, behaviors, attitudes. That, of course, speaking directly to the lived experience by way of entertainment about what those kind of people believe and do and how they want to harm, obliterate. We here, on the other hand, are talking about white well-being, and we are opposing anti-whites. So when I am in a conversation, as I've been in many times, argument, debate, whatever, and I'm talking about objecting to anti-whites and serving white well-being, when I have had in face-to-face conversations, actual anti-white Jews say, well, then that's anti-Semitic. I immediately turn it around and say, so what you're saying is that society has to be anti-white or it's anti-Jew? So your outcome is that it has to be anti-white. Oh my God. I win every time. Every time. But let's hear what kind of TPUSA, what kind of organization it is, because I'm not sure I caught that. I got to ask him to repeat himself.
Point USA, from the foundation of Turning Point, has been a pro-American, pro-Zionist organization. There has never been a day where Charlie has come out and said.
Did all of the material, the promotional material for TPUSA, I've never seen. I'm not now maybe it's happened and I just missed it because I'm not a TPUSA follower. But I've never seen them say that they are a pro-Zionist organization. Maybe I missed it.
That they weren't. Charlie has debated on campus. Charlie has given speeches. Charlie has said.
I mean, you look at what Brylan Hollyhand, the kind of response he's getting for putting Jews first.
1,000 times at Turning Point USA. Charlie has had speakers that are staunch Zionists. Charlie Kirk still do business with Daily Wire.
He still do business? I just love over the course of my life, and I never get to live another one, meeting these people that are wealthy, successful, vacations to nice places, even numerous homes, driving cars 3, 4, 5 times more, maybe, and more in some cases. And they can't even speak English. They can't even communicate. And they grew up their whole life here in an English-speaking country. They can't put a proper sentence together, which is reflective of the cogitation internally, not just a matter of education. Just, I got to tell you how much I fucking love that. $500,000 write a check for to give away.
One of his last interviews before he died was with Ben Shapiro. What are we saying? His pastor, Zionist. Rabbis that he's close with, Zionist. Frank Turek, Zionist. You want to go down the list? Everybody on the staff. I don't know a single person on Turning Point staff that don't support Israel. I don't know of any. Zionist. All of them.
All of them. This is kind of an interesting, I feel like that Rockwell video from back in, what year was it exactly? And he came out and what was it? It was in the house. I can't remember what they were meeting together. And they asked, the reporter ran up and they said, do you know that everybody on this panel is Jewish? And Rockwell said, all of them? That's how I feel right now. Really, Talmud Tatum? They are all pro-Zionist? That's the pro-America TPUSA? And maybe we see that's Charlie had his finger on the pulse, and we were able to reach him and get him to use several of our concepts, which we know, in particular, anti-whiteism, the concept anti-whiteism that we have been pushing uphill for many years, decades, pushing uphill. We know that Benny Shapiro really doesn't like it because he banned its usage. I wonder why. Could it be because little Shapiro is putting Israel first? He doesn't want white people thinking about ourselves as a people? Maybe that's it.
Their donors either are America First, pro-First Amendment, pro-Second Amendment, all of the things that we all believe, or Zionist. I don't know a single donor that don't support Israel. I don't know a single church that's associated with TPUSA faith and the pastors that aren't Zionists. What?
Okay, so my question is, where are the white donors that support the Foundation for White Wellbeing? Where are the white donors? I want to be able to say, I know a lot of donors, and all the donors I know support white well-being. All the donors I know hate anti-whiteism. Where are you, white people? I'm definitely not going to be, because I'm a real man. So I'm not going to be hating on others playing the game. I'm wondering where the fuck is my team? Where's my team? My team nowhere to be found there. Tatum.
What are we saying here? His last wish is that anti-Semite to be on stage. That's his last wish. I would argue that he was just saying, I'm not going to turn on a friend because you guys want to dangle money in my face. His last wish was this. Mark, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? What are you doing? And I want people to ask themselves this question. Why is Candace not on the stage? Why is Candace not a part of Turning Point USA in a more prominent way? Why is Candace?
He just defeats his own point. He made the point that Kirk didn't turn on Tucker because he's a friend. He's a friend. So he's not going to, it has nothing to do with the argument that the United States and therefore the white race should not be subservient to Zionism around the world or to the state of Israel. It's not because that's a legitimate argument. It's just because he's a friend. But this person he's talking about now, also a friend, excluded. So he defeats his own argument.
And it's not doing stuff for Brexit now that Turning Point has taken over. Why? Why wouldn't Charlie let Candace speak if he let Tucker speak? Why did Charlie tell Candace she couldn't speak? Because of what? And I would argue, because I know Candace going hard for Charlie, but he didn't invite her to the memorial. She didn't speak at the memorial. And you would think that she would have spoke at the memorial. Why would?
Did he just? Nah, he didn't, did he? Man, where do you send the RSVP?
She speak, but Tucker spoke. What are you trying to say? Are you saying she's anti-Semitic? Tucker isn't? Are you saying they're both anti-Semitic? Did the donors who did donors not want to be on stage? Was it Candace and Tucker? Let's give me a break. Give me a break. If it was really about friendship, then he chose one friend over the other, if you ask me. The reason why Candace wasn't on stage in many of these major events is because donors didn't want her on stage, obviously. And they felt the same thing about Tucker. But yet Charlie didn't like that they were turning on him, and he got emotional about it. And so he said, I'm going to have Tucker on there anyway. Not because I agree with everything he say, but because you're not going to tell me what to do with my organization. Now, do I think that was the most wise thing to do? No, I really don't. It was an emotional thing that Charlie did, and I don't blame him because he's a 31-year-old man. He's very passionate about the things he believes. He's a very loyal friend to people who are his friends. That was his stance, and that was the stance that he took. Do I think it was the right stance? I don't think it was the right stance, but I respect his stance. And that's why I continued to work with Turning Point, even though I didn't like Tucker. I go on stage, say what I got to say. He go on stage, say what he got to say. What are we even arguing about here? And the problem is that people don't want to be honest. This is why Turning Point is in the turmoil that they are today, because nobody's willing to be honest about stuff. And everybody's trying to play the fence. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to say this. Turning Point, if they don't get it together, will cease to exist. I'm telling you right now.
Okay, and what does he mean by get it together? Be as Zionist as Talmud Tatum? As Zionist as the owners or donors? Effectively operating as owners, then, aren't they? It will cease to exist if they don't do that. That is his position.
And I am ticked that the stuff that's going out about Turning Point USA is not combated in a more aggressive way. I know so many people that is questioning whether they should support Turning Point USA because of what's going on in the ethers, in the ethosphere. Many people are questioning. All had to be done is that, Tucker, you can't do the major events because the people who support this organization don't want you here. And I tell the story this. We have theological differences, which I think is
So then we end up with typical conservative politics, that it's dog whistling to the white voters, the white electorate, dog whistles to them, dog whistles to the whites who will show up for these events, and then does the bidding of anti-white donors. No thanks. That's the past, Talmud Tatum.
Nonsensical. An opinion. And I talked to them on the phone and I said, I won't mention theology on stage. I don't have nothing to do. I don't even talk about it really. And they disagree with my theology. So I was not invited to any of the Turning Point Faith events, which I'm one of the biggest Christians in the movement right now that stand up for Jesus Christ on every platform that I've ever been on. But I didn't cry and say, I said, you know what? I understand, man. God gave me a platform that's bigger than any platform you can give me anyway. So I can do my own Christian stuff on my own platform. I'm not tripping, bro. I'll still do the thing because I care about the kids.
Tripping.
I care about the young people. I'm on campus with these young people. I see the sacrifice they make. I'm on campus. I will support them forever. And Charlie Kirk, I didn't like the fact that they did that. I was upset with Charlie Kirk over that, but I never talked to him about it, so it wasn't a big deal. If I really was mad enough, I would have called him. But I was like, it's all right, man. If they don't want me to speak because of something else, when they got Tucker up here talking bad about Jews, I said it is what it is. That's not my place. I don't run the organization. If I don't like it, I don't have to work with them. But
so what do we know about Talmud Tatum now with the content that he shares with you, the positions he takes? What do we know? That it's going to always be in service to Zionism, which is anti-whiteism. Just another subset. Could it exist without being anti-white? Sure, on another planet. Maybe in the middle of Ghana or some jungle somewhere where it's not crossing paths with white well-being. But as you can see here, this is what you're going to get out of conservative politics. The background of the machinery, anti-white showing up with money, wanting anti-white outcomes, and dog whistles for the dumbass white populations of the West. What do y'all have to say about this? We're going to be moving on to, you're going to love the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And the Supreme Court reviewing it now, and what is revealed by the review for so many people who didn't know. Stephen Miller even getting involved with a little quote we'll read, knowing that so many people are going to be shocked about this because they were just unaware. Lucky is here. Heretic White Positivity is here. Good to see you. Not tripping, bruh. I'm not tripping. Stop tripping, bruh. You know, and the thing that is so contemptible about the white race, you'll go out and meet white women, old white guys, old white grannies, and they'll know Talmud Tatum. I love him. He's so wonderful. I love him. Kill your speed. What do we have going on in this chat? What do you all think is going to happen now? Do you think there'll be another salvo from Mark King Dice? Do you think Brandon will push back? Do you think this is over? Or do you think that it will continue to stew and will flare up again maybe in the near future? Nameless One is here. Good to see you. Remember, tagging us No White Guilt if you have something you want to share. You be asking me what? Biospirit of the West says. Antiwhites ends with you says, Tate speaks like anything he has to say is worth paying for at colleges. He only exists as a beneficiary of anti-whiteism and white erasure. He should have nothing but built by he should have nothing built by Western kind. Do you mean Tatum or Andrew Tate? It's true for both, though. All right, let me spin around here. See if we have any comments on nothing. Is entropy working? Maybe I will restart entropy because I'm the only one there. And I'm inclined to think that it's not working. All right. It is running again, running anew. So you can use the platform. What do we have over here on the Premium Rumble? Hoyt McCoy is with us. Good to see you, brother. Land of the Fake is here. Hello and welcome. Looking for tags. Aliens Exist is with us. Hello and welcome. Ivan Zehabable is here. Run in Fear. Ivan is here. Who else do we have over there? Ivan's tearing it up over there. Good to see you, brother. Share your thoughts. Dallas is with us. Good to see you. Says she's catching up. Just the Missus is over there. I don't see any tags from me. Blush is there. Hello, hello. All right. Rapunzel just came in over there. All right, looks like we're running properly on these other platforms. No problems. Very good, very good. All right. Any thoughts on where this is going to go? Okay, he did mean Tatum. It is true for both. Did Leontina ever get back on Elon's site? Is she banned on X? Mazumik is here. Talmud Tatum. All right. I think there's not a huge chance that it could erupt again soon, but it could happen between these two. And if it does, we will be there for the nonsense to support, most likely, King Dice. Supreme Court case could lead to loss of black representation in Congress, but the scope is unknown. According to our headline, what is the 65 Voter Rights Act, ladies and gentlemen? The 1965 Rights Act was anti-whiteism, and it was created to stop the southern states from applying literacy tests to being able to vote, as well as, in some places, a poll tax that had to be paid in order to vote. I don't know so much about a tax, but I think a basic literacy, you got to be careful about setting up a system where you're going to be testing people in order to allow them to vote, because you could imagine anti-whites get in charge and their test would now at this point include things like social media sweeps. And if you're not anti-white enough, you would not be allowed to vote. But I think in the time that the southern states were doing this, it was completely appropriate. Why do you want a electorate that is ignorant, is stupid? The bottom line is you'll end up with the dreams, the wishes, the aspirations of the dumbest people. And that's what we end up having, isn't it? So what happened when southern states applied a literacy test to voting? Well, non-white people, not a lot of them were passing. And there was anticipation that there would be a great many who would end up not. Now, of course, white people as well, but it would exclude a lot of non-white people because they wouldn't be able to pass the test. So the anti-whites at the federal level came along, 1965 Voter Rights Act. And in particular, the most, or maybe the most insidious aspect was, I think it's called Section 2. And I have Section 2. The summary of Section 2 is that it, quote, prohibits voting practices or procedures that discriminate based on race, color, or membership in a non-white group, close quote. But in actual interpretation and application, what does Section 2 do? What has it done ever since 1965? It mandates blacks in government. Mandates. It mandates Latinos in government. Mandates. So you look at the colossal Black caucus, the colossal Latino caucus, and you can see so many of the problems created therefrom. And this is law that these people have to be there. It is the law. How do they achieve that? How do they get to a point where you can have mandated blacks and Latinos? So in other words, non-whites, but these two particular groups singled out to be mandated in office. Does that sound like fair representation to you? Does that sound like a system that's rigged? Well, of course, it sounds like a system that's rigged. And where did they set up the scenario where this mandate could be achieved? In the most conservative states. Isn't that interesting? The way they do it is, you heard of gerrymandering. You know that they draw lines to ensure, and the Republicans and Democrats are always jostling to ensure that, well, a Democrat can get elected here and a Republican can get elected there. Well, this takes it another step further. It goes to the Democrat areas and says, and now follow the logic. Follow what's being admitted by the logic. Where are the blacks? Where are the Latinos? We're going to draw these special districts around them because we know they will vote their race. That's what the anti-whites reveal with the mandate from Section 2. That they know blacks will vote their race. Not everyone, of course. They know that Latinos will vote their race. Not everyone, of course. But enough. Why don't they just mingle it? Why don't they just say, well, we're going to have two Democrat districts here, and we're just going to allow them to be Democrat, or have them as Democrat districts. But we're not going to specifically carve out blacks instead of that. Why? What's the purpose of that? The reason behind it. How would white Democrats do, running against Republicans in those districts, if a significant segment of the black population isn't going to vote for them? And how about the reverse? How would a black Democrat running against a Republican do if there are white Democrats who, not based on race, obviously, but based on the competence, based on etc., they're not inspired to vote. They don't feel, maybe they'd rather have the black Democrat, but the black Democrat is a Hank Johnson, for example, from Georgia. And he's going to go in there and he's going to talk about Guam capsizing. Are all the white voters going to be really inspired to go stand in a line and vote? Probably not. There's probably a percentage of them that are going to say, I'm skipping it. Really don't care. This guy's a box of rocks. So instead, they achieve the mandating by carving out specific districts just for blacks with the foreknowledge that they will vote their race, and just for Latinos with the foreknowledge that they will vote for their race. Not all of them, but many of them. And of course, this is my opinion, because the anti-whites will magically know, who operate these platforms, exactly what the lawmakers were thinking. And what they were thinking has nothing to do with what I just said. So this is, of course, just my opinion. Stephen Miller just said, as a consequence of the Supreme Court case that's being reviewed right now, quote, how many people just realized that Dems had as many as 20 extra seats based on years of unconstitutional race-based gerrymandering? So my conservative brothers, do the laws matter? Absolutely not. The morality trumps the law. Supreme Court has indicated a willingness to limit race-based districts under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Washington. A neutering by the Supreme Court of the Voting Rights Act, last remaining major provision, would potentially trigger a political avalanche, an event that starts narrow but gathers momentum as it spreads across the national map, according to ABC News. Cool Papa J Magic says, my daughter almost started crying the first time she saw the cover of Born Guilty. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It's a horrible reality. She really put it together that we are dehumanized by these slurs. That picture is very powerful. That's exactly what I intended it to be. To hit your young daughter. Let's give a big salute to this daughter of the West. Cool Papa J Magic's epic daughter of the West. God bless that little girl. You know, she looks at it and it works exactly as it's supposed to. It's supposed to hit our people viscerally, physically, and spiritually. That's exactly why I designed it that way. And I had to go through a lot of hell. I had to go through a lot of people who are white sympathetic saying, no, don't make a cover like that. Don't do that. Don't make a cover like that. At birth. And then you all probably remember, those who are around, when the J-Spurgs really started attacking me, and they attacked that cover as well. I mean, could you imagine? God bless your little girl. The American Eagle Rises is in the house. Novi Horace says, I just got here during Reconstruction after the war between the states, war for Southern independence. There were blacks put into state legislatures, lots of chicken bones on the floors of state houses. Really? Yeah. They were installed the same way any conquering force installs collaborators. Whites were disenfranchised in the South. They weren't allowed to vote. But it's my opinion. Check it out for yourself. Fornol is in the house, 07. For White Wellbeing is with us. Good to see you. In this case, the benefit would be to Republicans seeking to maintain a majority in the House of Representatives, perhaps for many years to come. Such a change seemed more so imagine this complaint by ABC News that the voting population would get what they want, and that would be Democrats out of office. How unfair is that? This is the mind of anti-whites. This is how it operates. Remember, they'll make any argument. The reverse, ABC News, anti-white as it is, would not say that it's unfair. They would say it's the fairest thing ever that was ever done. It's the most democratic thing to ever do. If the outcome was anti-white Democrats were installed. Such a change seemed more plausible Wednesday after the court's conservative majority indicated a willingness to limit race-based districts under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The landmark civil rights law required the drawing of legislative districts that allow and now understand that the laws were instantiated because the morality, the anti-white immoral imperative was already in place. That's how the law could be instantiated. So in particular for my cuck buddies out there, understand that everything wasn't perfect up until 1965. And then magically some cabal of wire pullers made a law happen. Couldn't have happened. It couldn't have happened without anti-whites pushing and white guilted anti-whites to various degrees acquiescing. The landmark civil rights law requires mandates the drawing of legislative districts that ensure, mandate minorities, non-whites, to select representatives of their choosing. So you see how ABC worded it right there. So that people could get representatives of their choosing. That's not what is happening. That's not what the law did at all. The law mandated Black and Latinos in government and drew districts to arrive at that. The districts could have been drawn so as to ignore such a mandate, and those voters would still have the right to participate and vote for who they want for office. But this is the sophistry of anti-whiteism. The lies, the deception, the duplicity, anything that they can say to arrive at anti-white conclusions. That has created majority Black and majority Latino districts that vote reliably for those races in some of the nation's most conservative states. Plaintiffs in one of the states, Louisiana, brought the case before the high court after the state was ordered by a federal judge to redraw its congressional map to include a second majority Black district. So they wanted to have another Black in government, another Black person in government. One that was won by a Democrat last year. If the plaintiffs win the case, it could turn that district back into one likely to be represented by a Republican and possibly even eliminate its other Democratic seat, which also was mandated under the Voting Rights Act. So what should happen in a system that is not being maneuvered and manipulated in the classroom or the laboratory of the mind? The way it should work, of course, is that Democrats make arguments that appeal to voters and that achieve success for the population. And then they get voted in. But instead, the anti-whites are creating this artificial case because we are in the real world, saying that, no, the only moral thing is to create a scenario where blacks are in government, where Latinos are in government. How many bills become law radically detrimental to the white race, radically detrimental to white well-being, and thereby radically detrimental to everyone who lives in Western civilization, that have passed, that have become law as a consequence to these 20 seats, 20 in the hands of blacks and Latinos because of their race. How many? How different would this country look? How different the national policy and international policy, goals and aims, geopolitical actions. How different would all of this be if there weren't 20 seats that are mandated to be held by blacks and Latinos on the basis of race? The damage is incalculable. The damage, the literal damage that can be estimated, is incalculable. And that's not including the opportunity cost of what we could have been doing, of the things we could have achieved, of the next steps we could be getting ready to take as a consequence of all of the constructive steps behind us. How much less damage would anti-whiteism have been able to do? This could ripple across the South, where the Democrat group Fair Fight found that there are 19 VRA mandated Voting Rights Act held seats that Republicans could conceivably redraw and win. I'm really worried, quote, I'm really worried, given the political climate, that people don't want more radical anti-whiteism. How are we going to get rid of Whitey? Political climate that we're in, and the conservative nature of the court, and then rolling back affirmative action and as we saw, it's just been renamed. Affirmative action is still there under a new name. Universities across the country, businesses across national and international, still there. Achieving anti-white outcomes by another name. And giving more executive power to the president, that this will not end well for us, says Terry Sewell, an Alabama Democrat. Republicans have increasingly complained about Section 2, contending it forces them to either violate the Constitution by using racial factors in redistricting, or get sued if they're not solicitous enough of racial groups that lean Democrat. Quote, we are damned if we do and damned if we don't. Louisiana Attorney General Elizabeth Morrill told the reporters Wednesday, if the court sides with Louisiana, some Democrat members of Congress said they hoped the decision would be narrowly tailored to that case rather than an all-out assault on the last major pillar of anti-whiteism in the civil right, the Swindle Whites law, as First Last puts it. Even if the court strikes a broader blow to the Voting Rights Act, it's unlikely most of those districts could be redrawn before the 2026 midterm elections, and the number that ultimately could swing to the GOP is likely smaller. Still, the House decided by a razor-tight margin in recent elections. The GOP currently controls the chamber by 3 votes. Yeah, 3 votes. It's been like this your whole life. So imagine what those 20 votes meant. Imagine all of the time, recall all of the times that Republicans capitulated because they said, oh, the margin is too narrow. Margin's too narrow. It makes it harder for Democrats to create majority if they are eliminating only Democrat districts. A political scientist at Carnegie Mellon University who has helped draw maps ordered by judges, the same judges, these anti-white nodes of power that are knocking down as fast as they can everything Donald Trump is trying to do. But he cautioned against predicting the size of future Republican gains. He's thinking, we'll find a way. We'll find an anti-white way. This is why you have to address the anti-whiteism. This is why, by addressing the anti-whiteism with the concepts and arguments that we teach you from the Go Free Dialogic, that we become a people and we can address this, find a way. Because otherwise, you're going to be a conservative stooge running around trying to put out these brush fires that anti-whites can set everywhere. And you'll just find yourself lamenting how unfair it is. They don't play fair. It's the jungle. Quote, none of us can even know this. That's because even if Section 2 went away, the Democrat-leaning voters it gave voice to would not. Republican map makers would have to put them somewhere, likely still in Democrat districts. But what did I say? What's going to happen to the black voters who are not very excited about the white Democrat running against the Republican? What's going to happen because he's white? What's going to happen for the white Democrat voters who aren't exactly enthusiastic enough to vote for the Hank Johnsons? They're going to be losing to the Republicans. Take Tennessee, where the Republican-controlled legislature drew a ruthlessly partisan map during the last redistricting cycle. The map yielded 7 reliably Republican state seats and 1 Democrat, 1 Voting Rights Act complaint district in Memphis. Even without the Voting Rights Act, Service said there is no way for Republicans to make that Memphis seat red. That's fine. That's fine. The rest of the state, we've seen the maps before. We've seen what's voting for radical anti-whiteism and then the massive red part of the country that is mildly anti-white to some degree and not anti-white at all to some degree. He said that other GOP-controlled states, such as Missouri, South Carolina, in similar binds with their lone heavy Democratic seats that were drawn to comply with the voting law. Others, like Georgia, are so politically competitive that it's likely Republicans couldn't erase a Democrat seat in one part of the state without jeopardizing one of their own. It would be easy, as far as I'm concerned. This Carnegie Mellon guy, you just go ahead and put non-white and white Democrats together as best. I mean, maybe what he's saying here is there are such massive non-white populations that you're going to end up with Democrat outcomes no matter what. And he's right there. But if there's an opportunity to combine a bunch of white Democrats and non-white Democrats, you're going to have competitive races with Republicans. Especially when the Republicans put up non-white candidates because of how anti-white they are. Republicans in North Carolina and Florida would have a freer hand to redraw the maps to favor their party. Members of the Congressional Black Caucus, which wouldn't exist but for the mandate, as far as I'm concerned, gathered after Wednesday's Supreme Court arguments and warned that a broad decision against Section 2, which allows challenges to racially discriminatory electoral practices, could lead to extreme gerrymandering. You're going to get rid of mandated blacks and Latinos in government? That's extreme. That could leave many black voters. Listen to this. Of course, this is what the anti-white Black Caucus says. If you don't have the mandated blacks in government, just like you have in the employment in the federal government, state governments, etc., they say that could leave black voters without representation. Oh, they just have no representation unless they can have a black person in office. Does that hold true for me? Of course not. Can I have a white person who is not anti-white in office? Because otherwise I don't have representation. Well, Jason, that's exactly what we want in the anti-white world. If you take away the element that creates the opportunity for it to look like its people, it won't be a democracy. Have you seen that when the House of Representatives get together, it looks like the Star Wars Cantina? Does that look like America? It has looked like the Star Wars Cantina for generations. It hasn't looked like America, a white country, for a long time. They're not worried. That's exactly what they want. If you take away the elements that create the opportunity for it to look like its people, it won't be a democracy. There you have it, exactly as I said at the beginning of the article. Said Representative Troy Carter, Louisiana Democrat, who represents much of New Orleans. Oh, yeah, the chocolate city. The chocolate city. You remember when they said that after Katrina. It will be a much weaker one. Oh, it'll be a weak democracy? I think not. You know, as a matter of fact, let's just go get rid of this democracy bullshit. Republicans already are engaged in a fevered national mid-decade redistricting campaign because Trump wants to maximize their number of winnable seats. It's unlikely that many Republican states could take advantage of loosened Voting Rights Act standards in time. So their ability to cheat will, even if that ability to cheat is taken away, it still won't be soon enough. And then we'll see Donald Trump impeached for another 2 years. While some Republican-controlled states could try extraordinary measures to take advantage of a favorable ruling, it's more likely that most changes would be incorporated into the maps for 2028. Democrats are on edge. If they were to strip Section 2, I think we're going to give license for us to see a more aggressive redistricting. The Voting Rights Act is the most important piece of civil rights swindle whites legislation ever enacted and continues to remain relevant in an environment where there are people across the country who want to undermine our free and fair elections. That's what we're undermining. This is the mindset of anti-whites. Please, just call it what it is, anti-whiteism. Particularly as it relates to communities of color, excluding the white race from humanity, anti-whiteism. And that was Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. The main effect of any changes actually would be felt well beyond the halls of Congress, said Kareem Creighton. Is that a real person? Kareem Creighton of the Brennan Center for Justice. He said 3/4 of all Section 2 cases concern state or local government offices. It's the things below Congress that are closer to the people. City councils, county commissioners, school boards, all of these have been the direct recipients of the work of plaintiffs who have sued to get representation that allows people to actually engage what we call traditional politics. So at the county level, where you really feel it, at the state level and at the federal level, our norms have been, in part, you can see here, white erased. Because what would blacks and Latinos and Asians and all the non-whites, What would they have to do if the white population were fairly treated when it came to voting for representatives? Well, they would have to comport to our biospiritual norm, wouldn't they? Or they wouldn't see anybody in office that was doing their bidding. But instead, when you mandate that blacks hold office in government, when you mandate that Latinos hold office in government, you are mandating their biospirit. You can take this to any extreme you want. You can imagine that there are a few tens of thousands in the totality of the country that are Martian. And if you mandate that they have to hold office in government, and we have these splits, these margins that are so narrow, their biospiritual expression on the world will be realized in our world. This is the problem with having this multiracial witch's cauldron. Biospiritual expression is when it is in conflict by people who all have numerical courage, results in a Cold War based in culture, cultural Cold War, which, according to my reading in history, has always become sanguinary. It always becomes balkanization. Now, you need not fear something like that out in the future because you're being victimized right now. You're being victimized and suffering right now as they white erase your norm and they force you to live in environments where you're hated, where you're uncomfortable, where you are hunted. Call this out as anti-whiteism. Use this as an opportunity, a catalyst to introduce the concepts, the arguments that we wield here in service to white well-being. Because if you don't, we're nearly out of time. This is no joke. Conservatives might try to lie, make it into a joke. They might trivialize it. They might act like satirists. The bottom line is that just yesterday, in 2,700 different towns and cities and hamlets across the United States, in every single state, 7 million anti-whites protested. What a joke. It really, and really a sardonic joke to reflect on the argument of having marches from the white sympathetic right, if you will. We got out 200 guys. We got out 300 guys. 7 million. In every state, almost 3,000 cities, towns, and hamlets. 7 million. DC has never been so crowded. You couldn't even drive here in the suburbs without getting trapped in hellish traffic from these anti-white freaks flooding the streets. And what's happening? Before we get into this item, I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying. What's happening? The anti-white white people who make a reasonable argument to our white brothers and sisters in the population are flexing their muscles. Sure, there were a couple of fights here and there. Regrettably, I was hoping that Antifa was going to, anti-white terrorists who call themselves Antifa, were going to show up in DC and really try to have a go. But anti-white white people in their goofy millions are flexing their muscles. And they and their arguments will be able to find some pay dirt in whatever percentage of the white population that will hear them. And of course, anti-white non-whites are in jubilant states. And they are appealing to those same white people in a new tongue. The radicals that are saying kill them all and etc., they'll still be there. But they're not the problem when it comes to the appeal to our brothers and sisters. It's these white goofy people who are going to be talking about feelings. And homeowners are people who have created homes, and just because their skin is a little darker than yours, they're being uprooted by men in masks. Take a listen. You talk about anti-white conservative content creators and how quickly they can turn, how quickly they're not your friend. How about this Asian guy? Remember Chin? Oh, you remember Chin. Colossal conservative following. Massive. He's a non-white guy who shares your white views some of the time. He's even out there so far. He appeals to people like Lily Gaddis.
I'm just going to say it anyway. And if anything, it gives people hope that, hey, I can do this.
Right.
Because she got fired, but yet she's still alive. She's still talking. People are actually more interested in what she's saying. It empowers people. I think it's amazing.
Right. Well, and it lessens that. Like, the more people that chip away at this.
Listen to him now.
I don't even agree with the left, but you got to give credit where credit is due. They got organized, thousands of protests all over the country, millions of people got their permits and worked with local law enforcement. No deaths or major crime. Imagine if they ran the government this efficiently. Maybe there'd actually be hope for them. I saw and spoke to countless people who voted for Trump who attended these rallies.
He spoke to countless people who voted for Trump. But now, I mean, talk about some exaggeration. But now they oppose Trump. Listen to the arguments that the white boobies, anti-white, white boobies to various degrees, and non-white conservative content creators are making now.
They voted for Trump's campaign promises, only to realize it was the political equivalent of a meme coin rug pull. Contrary to the right-wing propagandists, most Americans did not feel good about many of the things happening during this presidency.
The right-wing propagandists, that's what you are now, says the non-white conservative. It's all been a lie. It was a rug pull. Trump has betrayed everyone.
Americans are deeply uncomfortable with federal troops being mobilized in their cities. Americans are feeling empathetic to the immigrants who've been here 20 years, people who've built families and communities now being ripped away by masked, unidentifiable agents. Americans were promised economic relief, but can't help but notice the billionaire class are the only ones benefiting. Energy costs up, housing costs up, debt up. People have less money in
gas way down, food way down. What are you talking about, Chen?
their pocket, but are gaslit by the administration. Shut up, the economy is great. Look at the stock market. The tariff play is crushing small to medium business. The mega companies, they can move their product around the world, dodge, duck, dip, dive, duck, and dodge through legal loopholes.
This guy is huge because of white people, just like Talmud Tatum.
To protect their costs. But the small guy, they don't have the resources to play that game. So instead, get stuck with the bill. And as far as no new wars,
He is, Biospirit is asking, Chin, I think is his last name. He's a very large conservative content creator.
we're trying to start another conflict right in our own hemisphere using missiles just off of our coast. And while this is happening, our own government signs data deals with the tech giants. What types of info are you collecting?
Get ready. The battle is the social morality. That's the battleground. That is the only way to win enough white people to become a people, to be able to work together and address the anti-white immoral imperative that functions as the social morality. 7 million. DC flooded to the gills. You're not going to beat this with all of these pathetic strategies. Get guys to march in the street. Get real.
Where is it stored? And most importantly, can we opt out? If not, then how is it not authoritarian unilateral government surveillance? You were never given a choice.
The script is changing right before your eyes.
Now, there are two realistic outcomes. One, President Trump gives a little ground in his tactics and rhetoric, listens to disgruntled Americans,
Listen to this argument now. Trump has to concede. He has to give in. He has to give ground.
proving the protest successful.
Arden White is here. Good to see you. Tom is here. Good to see you. Yeah, so either Trump gives in and then the 7 million marching is successful, or he doesn't give in, according to Chin, and then proves all of these anti-whites right. This is your conservative, non-white leadership.
Or, two, he ignores and belittles their grievances, essentially proving their point. Either way, there's going to be a reaction. Today's No Kings rally.
Let's see some of the...
DC, I'm born and raised here, went to elementary school 8 blocks away from here, 3rd and D.
You all know where you are, right? You are in the people's capital. I want to bring you greetings here out of love. I'm here because I love this country. I love America. I love the First Amendment. I love our democracy.
That tells schools and universities to teach ideology instead of facts. And certainly not.
It is the exact opposite. They are arguing a total gaslit reality.
Decades of
Oh boy,
movement,
here we go.
progress and struggle have been wiped out by Christian nationalists who seek dominion over every aspect of our lives.
Executive Director of Caring Across Generations and President of the National Domestic Workers Alliance and Care in Action.
A safe space, people who believed in me, and a chance to learn the real causes and the disease of gun violence. More police doesn't fix what's really
More police.
It just adds more confusion and chaos. It
You
doesn't
put
give us
police
hope.
out there.
It doesn't give us opportunity.
We can't rob.
No court ruling, no single election will save us. We have to save ourselves. We have to build workplaces.
That's love. She said it's not enough to change the system. We must change ourselves. That kind of change requires...
You would not let any of these people take care of your animals when you leave for a day.
that we hold the line for one another.
One another. Look at this winner.
In every action and every day, we defy the regime. So I've got something to say to Mike Johnson.
What do all of these people have in common? They are all visibly and what they're saying, the content, an affront to genuine leadership of a white country by white males. Proud, strong white males. All of it is an affront.
And they won. And in 1789,
Oh, God.
from here, cannot accomplish. Yes, we can create a vibrant democracy
By vibrant, remember, vibrant is a mean pathogen in our lives. It means fewer white people. Fewer and fewer and fewer white people. When they tell you an area is vibrant, that means the area is white erased. It's dangerous.
ending Citizens United and not allowing billionaires to buy elections.
Billionaires buying elections. This is what they're doing. And here, there's these goofy white people are going to be the ones who persuade enough other of our brothers and sisters in the country to begin voting against Donald Trump, voting for impeachment. Leftist protesters were spotted wearing inflatable frog, cat, and dinosaur costumes during No Kings. Talk about a literacy test. None of these people should be allowed to vote. Held at various locations around the United States. In a video posted on X, USA Today, one person was seen wearing a Halloween-like mask while holding a sign with the words, "It'd be less scary with us in office." Behind that person was someone wearing a skull ghost Halloween mask. Two people wearing inflatable dinosaurs. Do you see how Breitbart, the conservative approach, is just to laugh at all of this? Inflatable dinosaur costume with pink No King sign were also seen in the video. Another person can be seen wearing an inflatable cat costume. Andrew Roth, a reporter with the Michigan Advance, shared several photos of protesters dressed in what appeared to be inflatable unicorn and Cookie Monster. Okay, I mean, you have 7 million people show up with a much more palatable argument that is full of gaslighting bullshit. And Breitbart is talking about the costumes that they're wearing. And tell me again how you're going to get out in the streets and you're going to march. Tell me again. Because I'm going to be measuring it by the 7 million people that showed up in almost 3,000 towns and cities across America on the same day. So tell me again. You got to get out there and march. Thank you to the many millions who were showing up all over the country. Look at this anti-white pig. While participating in a anti-white protest in Austin, O'Rourke criticized Texas Governor Abbott for deploying the National Guard ahead of the anti-white protest. O'Rourke regarded that, or suggested that Abbott and President Donald Trump were not interested in the rule of law in the U.S. Constitution or peaceful protest, and suggested they would rather intimidate. Well, what do you think now of this premature? I swear the conservatives, folks, this is the most pathetic thing. You're arguing that wokeism is defeated. They've been arguing wokeism is defeated the first 3 weeks of Trump's second term. It's defeated. It's been rolled back. I've seen comments on X, Facebook, where they're talking about how we have won the culture war. Basic bitch white conservatives in the public. Where are they getting that notion from? There are so many problems to that. The idea, of course, is going to be immediately wedded with the behavior prior to the winning of the culture war. What was that behavior? Well, it was nothing. They did nothing. They laughed at threats to our well-being, to our dignity, to our existence. They endorsed and bought the merch of Talmud Tatum and anti-white commie Kim. That's what they did. So as things get worse and worse, they'll think, go back to what we were doing before when we won the culture war. All of this is so erroneous, so pernicious to the white race, pernicious and deadly to this country, that we could talk about it for hours. We don't have hours, but we could, diving into all of the different ways and all of the different mechanisms that this is detrimental. 7 million people showed up. Let that sit. Really think about it. You have them on shit. This is a mudslide that is mainly made up of white caps, white people, anti-white white people. A mudslide that is coming for everything you know and love and cherish. Everyone you know and love and cherish. Cucks, you haven't won shit. Get your heads out of your asses. Buying merch from some cuck content creator or sharing Benny Johnson's deductions everywhere across social media is not doing a thing to arrest the force of anti-whiteism in this country. You don't have an ideology that's going to get a handful of people, much less 7 million, into the street on the same day in every state. They have a unifying ideology of anti-whiteism, which will take any form it needs to take to arrive at anti-white conclusions, any argument it needs to make to arrive at anti-white conclusions. And you want to try to contend with it with abstractions? You want to try to contend with that by slandering non-white people on the basis of their birth? Idiots. Absolute idiots. The only thing that can contend with the ideology of anti-whiteism is one specifically designed to undermine anti-whiteism and has demonstrated it time and again that it does exactly that. And that's the dialogic of go free. If you don't start now, if we start, we can end up with a people. We can end up with millions of our own getting into the streets saying enough is enough for what? Anti-whiteism. We don't care what name you put on it. We don't care what argument you make to cloud or conceal the outcomes that you're trying to achieve, because we're looking at the outcomes. And we will fight you every step of the way with the same type of fanaticism. Because why? Because it's ourselves, it's our body, it's our blood, it's our spirit that we're fighting for. Not the idea of governance, not the idea of fair play, not because somebody was born a certain way. 7 million. If that didn't hit you, if that reality has not hit you, then something's wrong. You're defective, POS. Let's march. Let's more people try to make Bubba Boy Fuentes a speaker on another channel or another channel. Let's make some more clips of him slandering this group for being born that way or that group for being born this way. And we can have this multiracial anti-Jew. Keep doing that. 7 million. That little bitch could not even own being white, which he claims to be. And said instead he's Mexican, non-white. Sickening. These people can't even see. This is a continental size monster, the bête noire of the white race. Oh my God. And these are the people who are currently not holding the positions of power in the White House, in Johnson's seat, in the DOD and the DOJ. And these are the people in none of these positions. Nothing like it. DC's flooded. Won the culture war. You know, it's like this guy at the very beginning we showed. The guy showing up begging for some attention from his wife. She was probably uninterested because the moment she said sure, he'd be done. That's like all the rest of these cucks out there. We won the culture. It's over. We won. Fucking losers. Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying. If you tagged me, Dallas says, agreed. The cover of Born Guilty is so powerful. It hit me hard. I saw it when I first ordered Go Free. The cover is why I had to get it. The precious, innocent baby says it all. God bless you and thank you for that. Exactly. It's kind of a test. If you can look at the image of an innocent white baby being condemned at the moment of birth, and you don't immediately identify with the baby and want to protect the baby, something's wrong. Something's wrong with you. Henry says, I recently said people around the world discriminated for thousands of years, but the word racist applies to whites, and two whites replied, well, that's because we did it more recently. How about right now? That's anti-whites for you. How about the discrimination against white people right now on the basis of our birth? I would say that's pretty recent. Let me see if there are any other tags. We will take a short musical break during which you can get a drink or go to the bathroom or whatever it is. That's the purpose of it. We're going to come back. We have big celebrations. Got a lesson of the day. We've got more to come, including your comments. So you don't want to go anywhere. It's only going to get better from here forward. Notice the bulletproof glass. Psychological warfare, that the victimizers face equal violence from the victimized. I did notice that. And I was, when I first saw it, I thought, what a joke. Nobody's going to kill them. This is for creating the illusion that there's this violence that's coming for them, and there isn't a speck of it. Great point, brother. Why are they... Ardent Party asks, why are they behind bulletproof glass? Do they think we will behave... believe they think we are all will be violence directed at them, as there would be for us. No, that's as Sloss is just pointing out, the intent is to convey this illusion. All right. Our lives have been stolen from us, pure and simple, says Tree Godfather. 100%. And that is the depth of the injury. That is always disregarded by people who say things like white genocide. We never use that here. Never. And I couldn't imagine a people being that dumb to ignore all of our victimization. Our lives are literally stolen from us right now, every single day. Our children's lives stolen from them every single day. But you'll talk about some injury at some point in the future that everybody hearing it thinks there's something wrong with you. The Boy and Bear, is that? No, it's Slots here. It's DEI. I say DEI, but of course mean we use the lexicon here to make speaking our name less controversial, and never let up on the lexicon. Big salutes. Because above that, he was saying, our most realistic gain is getting protection against DEI in hiring, districting immigration and housing, including against whites, then advancing from there. NoWhiteGuilt.org, Heretic, White Positivity says, okay, I understand now. It took a... no white guilt. It took a pause to listen to your explanation of the District Act. Yeah, if it doesn't make sense to somebody, let me know, and I will clear it up. Novi Horace says, I remember that back then, as I was a child, the Democrat Party was, in the South, filled with conservative white people in 1965. I heard adults talking about it. Yeah. AOC is with us, says, hi, good to see you. With the one and only white well-being family. Indeed. All right, let's rock it out briefly, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Antiwhite says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right, let's do some celebrating, ladies and gentlemen. Get out your Raucous emojis, 007s for our swashbuckling champions. Let me know that you can hear me okay. And we will get right into our magnificent Biospirit of the West and Franklinator. Big salutes to these heroes and the hard work that they do in every fashion, and in particular at this moment, assembling many of these victories that we are going to be taking a look at today. Never all of them. We can't get to all of them. But big salutes to both of those heroes, West and Franklinator. Let's thank Sour Notes, the Ivan, Matt Murray's, the Franklin, and Ralph Hingley. Also, thank you for White Wellbeing for showing up there at the Donald Trump Jr. stream this past week and knocking it out of the park. Swashing there. And that's where you want to swash. We just had the great West have an enormous victory over there. And we celebrated that last Sunday. Big salutes to all of these champions. Show the love. The crowd is cheering, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it rolling. I want to celebrate Anti-Whiteism Ends With You for his tweeting barrages. Doing an epic job. Big 07s. Well done. Raucous emojis. Some trophies for the man. Some trophies. A tweeting maven berserker. Want to also celebrate this week our clip makers. I saw clips. Saw a clip from Stopper Antiwhitism. Saw a great clip from Anglo-Saxon NWG. And saw 4 or 5, Tree Godfather, you tell me, from the great Tree Godfather. Trophies galore, trophies and gems. And maybe some wild animals for the berserker potential here of these swashbuckling champions. Thank you all for celebrating. Big salutes to all of you. We also have, just this past week, and this is just a smattering of the consequences of our great work, Mark Dice, Matt Walsh, both using Anti-White this week, Tate Brown, a Tim Pool host, and John Doyle, both using Anti-White as well. And that is the work of this great community. We even had a Tim Pool guest use Paperwork American, very similar to Paper American, Paper German, as we use it here. We're going to celebrate. I want everybody on your feet. Completely raucous emojis, gems and crowns, as many as you can find. Thank you for that. Flowers, trophies. The great Baron White. The great Baron White, ladies and gentlemen, was at the March for Australia Day the other day. And I'm going to share you a short piece of news from that. He writes here, I have a huge victory to share with you all. From the March for Australia protest I attended in Melbourne. I spoke to a YouTuber with almost 40,000 subscribers who was doing a vlog about the event, interviewing people, and I was one of them. Spoke to him how I'm here for my children who haven't been born yet, as I am afraid of what the future will look like for them and what they will have to live through in a white erased country. And I explained how the main problem with the mass migration we are experiencing is white erasure. It is causing, and how it is causing the erasure of our way of life, erasing our norms, customs, and cities. That is so epic by the great Baron White down under. Big salutes for the hero. He goes on. My brother also got interviewed by the news covering the event, and they asked him why he's here. He said, quote, I'm against the anti-whiteism that's taking place all over Australia. Fantastic champion. Close quote. The reporter then asked, what does anti-whiteism mean? He responded with, quote, hatred toward white people, in a tone looking at the reporter that the question was dumb, as its meaning was obvious. That's exactly how you're supposed to deliver it, brother. Well done to Baron White's brother. What epic heroism and service to white well-being, empowering our brothers and sisters in Australia to recapture our destiny, becoming a people. He finishes with this. Also, I spoke to 5 people that day about Go Free and to check out No White Guilt's channel. And they all agreed with everything I said about anti-whiteism and the victimization taking place against us as a people needs to end. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, that is an epic proof. This swashing by Baron White, everybody on your feet. This is another epic proof because Australia, March for Australia is ordinary white folks, tons of ordinary white folks, like Tea Party, like MAGA. You can go to them and you can talk about anti-whiteism. You could talk about our white erasure, and that's why you oppose it. And they are amenable to it. God bless the great Baron White. Truly magnificent work, brother. Thank you so very much. Let's get into these images. We have so many victories. I love it. Bada bing right there on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Anglo-Saxon NWG over on Leonardo Joni, ladies and gentlemen. He says, in quotes, racist was always an anti-white weapon. 708 likes. Our people liberated. We got to roll. We got so many. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Matt Walsh. 1.1 thousand people from his audience empowered. Anglo-Saxon right. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? I tell you what, little Benny Shapiro can tell Matt Walsh to never use that concept again. But Anglo-Saxon can use it in the live chat and get Matt Walsh's audience to agree. Big salutes to the swashing hero. Here we have Anglo-Saxon NWG on Raging Europeans. He says simply anti-whiteism to this. Schools in Europe are mandating students to visit mosques and learn about Islam. This is indoctrination. Working up to 400 people giving a like to him, saying that the problem there is anti-whiteism. Powerfully done, brother. Let's keep it rolling. He's back again on Raging Europeans again. He says here, who else is sick and tired of white erasure? 638 people empowered. He always gets tons of comments. Imitate these swashbuckling generals, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, champion. Big salutes. Here he is again on Raging Europeans. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism, white erasure? 437 more of our brothers and sisters liberated with white magic. Anti-Vilification League rolling back in here. Getting a like from the one and only Stefan Molyneux to the comment, racist is an anti-white slur. Stefan Molyneux, Anglo-Saxon NWG is there as well. Big salutes. Well done, Anti-Vilification League. Reaching out, making contact with content creators from the moral high ground. And even a moral guy like Stefan Molyneux is agreeing. Absolutely. Well done, brother. Well done. The Blue Flame, 1,317 people in the audience of Canadian Patriot empowered with this post. Non-white anti-whites try to run off with white nationalities to chip away at our identities. That's what this is about. Well done, hero. Again, the Blue Flame on Daniel Concannon. 3,056 people, hundreds of likes and retweets. Anti-whites being the meme again. I love this meme as well. Well done, Blue Flame. Canadian Patriot, him or herself, retweeting one of our memes, ladies and gentlemen. This is the power of the meme mavens. Canadian Patriot says, funny how that works. Gives some big salutes to Canadian Patriot. How many people empowered with this meme? 70, working on 77,000 people. This is all over the course of this week, ladies and gentlemen. Epic victory. Give it up for Connor. 5,900 empowered in the audience of Donegal Daily. White erasure, a terrible injustice against the Irish people and Irish young people especially. Big salutes to our swashing champion there. Connor, well done. Connor again in the audience of Sutton, one Mr. 6,682, almost 6,700 people empowered with the white magic and work of Connor with the epic meme here. Well done. Well done. Right up there in the corner, ladies and gentlemen, they know where to go. Fantastic swashing generalship. The Cool is back in the audience of Justice Warrior. 162 empowered on this post. We need to call these anti-white narratives out for what they are immediately in order to stay on the offensive. Conservatives and white people in general need to understand that this is psychological warfare campaign to dehumanize us. Anti-whiteism is not welcome here. Keep it going for cool. He's back again and again. The general under Black Pigeon speaks. 675 people empowered. White people have been browbeaten with anti-white slurs like racist, supremacist, fascist, etc., put in quotes, beautifully done, into believing it's immoral for us to defend our people and our countries. Anti-whiteism is psychological welfare. That audience might not come over here, but they're going to be empowered by that General Cool Papa J magic there. In the audience of Carl Benjamin, he empowers 1,400 more people with the epic meme. Read what he has to say. We got to keep it rolling, ladies and gentlemen. You can get a screen capture. Give it up for cool. Get him trophies. Get him gems showing love. Here he's in the audience of Mark Dice. Our generals from the House of Swash are everywhere. 600 people giving a like, empowered. Give it a screen capture. You could see what he wrote there. The cool, the Papa, the J, the magic. Imitate these people, ladies and gentlemen. Show the man some love. He's a champion. Here he is again in the audience, this time of Meteran. The white erasure of our history continues. 339 people giving a like to this and growing, empowered by the work of this one man, Cool Papa J Magic. Well done, hero. Dallas Malloy, swashing into the audience of Mehdi Hassan. These are anti-white slurs, and anyone that uses them is clearly anti-white. How repugnant to hate a people on the basis of their birth. Epic meme website, over 1,000 people in that audience empowered by the General Dallas Malloy. Show the love. Franklinator in the audience of Steven Crowder. Down here it says anti-whiteism off the charts. 167 people empowered in Steven Crowder's audience and growing. Give it up for the Franklinator. The Tree Godfather. Folks, get ready. Just start applauding and don't stop. Tree Godfather this week was in rare, exceptional form. 1,600 people in the audience of I, Hypocrite. 19,000 people empowered in the audience of Amiri King. 1.2 thousand giving a like. Check out the memes. You want to be reposting these. Follow the lead of this general. Almost 6,000 more with almost 400 likes in the audience of Amiri King, Tree Godfather. Go crazy, folks. Working on 5,800 more empowered by Tree Godfather this week. Epic meme usage. He's making memes. He's sharing memes. Tree Godfather, 11,000 more. Also in the audience of Amiri King, almost 500 likes, 100 retweets. Give it up. Tree Godfather was on fire. 1,200 more in the audience of Andrew Torba. Bullshit. We built the entire nation, and I'm not ceding it. We can end anti-whiteism and take back what belongs to us. Beautiful meme usage here. The anti-white immoral imperative, epically done. More and more of these memes showing up. More and more of the verbiage showing up. Tree Godfather, 5,800 more people. This in the audience of Basil the Great. Look at the number of likes. 331 likes and retweets everywhere. He's doing something right, folks. Show this man love. Set off fireworks. Get the man some fireworks. 2,600 more views in the audience of Battle Beagle. Folks, he swashed across 19 continents this past week alone. This is truly out of the park. Here he is again. 2,900 more empowered in the audience of Babadum. 304 likes there. Empowered. These are human beings, ladies and gentlemen. You want to be able to match that 7 million plus? This is how you do it. 7,538 more human beings. Hundreds of likes and retweets in the audience of a deleted post. The guy had been so shamed by the power of Tree Godfather. Epic. Love the meme. Love it brought to life as well. NoWhiteGuilt.org. I'm telling you, folks, this is crazy rare form. 5,315 more people empowered. Hundreds of likes and retweets. White erasure is a deep injury to all of Western kind. Tree Godfather is setting the bar, and he's setting it high. Another meme I love. Look at that power. Tree Godfather again. 2,600 more people. This time in the audience of Eva Valdingerbrook. Epic meme usage. Hundreds of likes out of her audience. We changed the way her audience talks about this socio-political issue, and we changed the way she talks about it. Never forget that. Tree Godfather again. 2,423 more human beings. Hundreds of likes and retweets in the audience of Eva Valdingerbrook. Tree Godfather in the audience of Evelina Hanna. 2,409 more people empowered. Epic meme. We've explained it many times, Evelina. The answers are here. Listen to the Tree Godfather. Tree Godfather again. 1,830 more people. Are you all seeing MVP status here? Are you seeing the bar being set? I love this meme as well as a totally eye-catching. Perfect amount of words. Loving it. Hundreds of likes and retweets. Keep giving it up for Tree Godfather. Out of this world. Here he is again in the audience of our friend I Am Yes, You Are No. 2,000 more people. Hundreds of likes and retweets. Tree Godfather again. 2,250 more people liberated in the audience of I Am Yes, You Are No. Hundreds of likes and retweets. Tree Godfather again. 2,240 more people in the audience of our friend I Am Yes, You Are No. Hundreds of likes and this is a single man. Tree Godfather again. 5,000 plus liberated this past week. He writes, yes, even animals know there's boundaries. This is a powerful meme. I love it. White man working right there. That's who we are. That's Tree Godfather this week. Making it happen. Tree Godfather. 2,245 more people liberated. 149 likes. 18 retweets. Loving this animated meme. Tree Godfather. 2,000 more. And who was that in the audience of? I missed it. I Am Yes. This one in the audience of the leader, John Thune, in government. 2,000 more people and working. Hundreds of likes and retweets. Folks getting it right to the leadership in the Republican Party. Tree Godfather again. Tree Godfather again. 2,295 more in the audience of Michael Knowles. Tree Godfather again in the audience of Musk. 1,156 more people liberated. 111 likes. And this is astounding. Tree Godfather again. 4,727 more views. Almost 400 likes in the audience of Musk. Again, it's going to be in Musk's mouth. Tree Godfather again in the audience of Samantha Thompson. 6,000 plus more people liberated. Working on 400 likes, 50 retweets. Epic meme. My God. Tree Godfather again. Quote, DEI just means anti-white. Correct. This in the audience of Stefan Molyneux. 15,000 liberated in Stefan Molyneux's audience. Working on 1,000 likes and retweets. On your feet, on your roof, bullhorn in hand. The bar is being set. Trophies and gems. 3,811 more liberated with nearly working up past 400 likes. 400 in the audience of Steven Crowder, the Tree Godfather again. Oh my freaking God. In the audience of Steven Crowder, 2,594, so 2,600 more people, 267 likes, and growing. Steven Crowder's audience being empowered. The whole internet being empowered by Tree Godfather this week. Tree Godfather, 2,143 with nearly 300 likes, again in the audience of Steven Crowder. Tree Godfather, again, nearly 4,000 liberated in the audience of Wall Street Mob. 172 likes and growing. Tree Godfather, again, 2,562 more people liberated in the audience of Wall Street Mob. Yet another form of white taxing, epic meme. Look at the beautiful website. 150 likes. Look at all the retweets. Tree Godfather again. 2,626 people empowered. 196 likes in the audience of Wall Street Mob. Tree Godfather again. 3,753 views empowered. Almost 400 likes and retweets in the audience of the White House. Ladies and gentlemen, the White House X account. Tree Godfather again, 4,000 liberated in the audience of Zoomer. Tree Godfather again, 10,000 plus liberated in the audience of Zoomer. I keep saying it. Anti-whites are our biggest problem. Epic meme. 10,000. This is all from this week. Finally, that might not be it for Tree Godfather. I don't know, but it might be. Here we have Stop Antiwhitism discovering on Instagram that we are crushing it. This content creator, big content creator on Instagram, interviewed on Newsmax, a big news channel in the United States. And here's what it says on her platform. She has whatever language this is, colon, and she writes in English, caused by the anti-white social morality. Oh my freaking God. Oh my God. That is this community doing this. No idea who she is. It is because of the general swashbuckling masters from the House of Swash. Thank you to Stop Antiwhitism for finding it and sharing it. This is Lazi down under, and she's getting in the game and getting in the game fast. No matter the words that are used for our race, these things all either mean the same thing. We are Western civilization. Without white Western Europeans, there is no Western civilization. Take a look at this meme. Take a look at that meme. 6,515 people. 328 likes. Give it up for Lazi. Down under. Big salutes. LXX on Micah. Over here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Look at this video. This clip that was shared of yours truly. Got the website there because I use it as the name. LXX, give up the salutes and celebration. 10.4 thousand people saw this because of LXX. Big salutes. Big salutes. Stolen land is a psyop. Whoever created this. Big salutes to whoever created this. If you know, throw the name in there. This clip. God bless them. God bless LXX. Double X. Folks, Nocturnia in Uruguay. Swashing IRL power. Show the love to our sister. Swashing out in the real world. IRL. Nocturnia rocks it from the House of Swash. And she's not done. She continues knocking it out of park. Big salutes. Big salutes to Nocturnia IRL swashing. We are all over the world. We are everywhere. You can find No White Guilt, White Wellbeing, everywhere where there are white people on planet freaking Earth. Give it up for the great effort, determination of Nocturnia. Look at this. I love it. I love how eye-catching. I love that there are not so many words that you're going to get lost and forget and ignore. Well done, Nocturnia. Give it up for Olav. Swashing over here on Heiga Loras. 1,685 people empowered. To give the impression that the perpetrator is white by saying the Norwegian man is to falsify facts through the anti-white narrative, where whites are the villains. Beautifully written, Olav. Therefore, the media should adopt the term non-white or non-white. It is neutral and informative and is already widespread in English. Gotta show the love, the swashbuckling love for this hero. Well done, my brother. Here we have Stoppa Antiwhitism finding again another poster on Instagram. This guy is a black guy, says in his bio that he does a lot of news and comedy. And look at what he writes down here. The black guy up top here. He writes, liberalism equals anti-whiteism. And there you have the great Stoppa Antiwhitism there to encourage him. Give it up for Stoppa Antiwhitism. And for this guy, whoever this guy's, the audience takes a breath. Give it up for this content creator. Folks, remember, anti-whiteism was one of the many concepts that I was told no one would ever use. How about non-white people, even in other Western countries that don't even speak English? How about that? Well done, Stoppa Antiwhitism. TM getting in the audience of Ryan James Gerdusky, liberating 1,281 people. When whites are a minority, minority rights will be a thing of the past. Give it up for TM. Swashing excellence, ladies and gentlemen. Truly astonishing. Give it up for AAA. AAA is in this week, swashing like a true knight of the white table. Beautiful meme. He's in the audience of Elon Musk. How many people did he liberate? 21.8 thousand. 309 likes, 31 retweets, 47 comments and growing. Show the man some love. He gets up to bat. First time at bat, hits a home run. Our very own leader of the OT. He is a man of so many talents. Here you see him swashing. We need to end anti-whiteism in the West, in the audience of based Hungary. 6,518 people empowered. Hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets. Well done, Biospirit of the West. Here he's swashing on Juanita Broderick. I'd prefer we focus our attention on the well-being of Western kind for a change. We've been white guilted for generations into putting the concerns of non-whites first, much to our detriment. I love this. I absolutely love. Look at how pretty this is. How many people empowered? 13.3 thousand and climbing. Got the website there. Hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets and comments. Big salutes and celebration crowns for Biospirit of the West. But he's not done. He's in the audience of Martin Sellner. White erasing our history and culture is evil. 7,000 more people this week empowered in the audience of Martin Sellner. I've actually got to get a drink. I'm running dry. Show the love while I take a sip. Because West is not done. No, Biospirit of the West said he's just getting started. He's in the audience of Mick O'Keefe. He says, white erasure has no place in the West. Beautiful. I love the meme, the Irish meme here. NoWhiteGuilt.org. How many? 33.1 thousand empowered. 33.1 thousand this week. Tell me again how this community is not the engine of all the change in the story of our narrative. Tell me again. Give it up. On your feet, crowns and gems for the leader of the OT, Biospirit of the West. We did it, folks. That is just 1 week worth of epic swashing from the House of Swash. The world is ours. One more big round of salutes, and we'll be right back. Big salutes to every single one of you celebrating. My God. We have had 3 weeks of Brobdingnagian, elephantin victories, world-shifting, world-changing victories over the past 3 weeks. We're having victories every single week. This has been extraordinary. We are paralleling the growth of anti-whiteism. As much as they destroy, we create. As much as they harm, we enliven. And it's all to the House of Swash and all of the champions. Everybody is doing such a great job. We are everywhere around planet Earth. And we are touching our brothers and sisters with tools that they immediately can take and use in their world. And because these tools are the curative contagion that we have always argued for decades, because they are, we're seeing content creators pick them up and use them, appearing on Newsmax would never talk to me. Never. But they're going to have people on that are essentially using our tongue, using our mouths on those platforms. They can censor, they can stymie, they can cut the tongues out of our mouths here, but they can't stop us because we are the white race. Become a people again. God bless everybody's work. Snap out that salute. My God. Let's keep it going. If we see about any of our financial gifts that could have come in. Entropy, I will get into the dashboard. I see nothing working up front at the moment. Is anybody able to financially gift on Entropy? Maybe try $1 just to see if it'll go through. I'm not seeing anything, anyone over there but me. Let me swivel around over here. Making all the changes in the world, this community. Coming up for an epic Halloween celebration, an epic October. And we are blank on Subscribe Star. We have the great, the one and only Corey to celebrate. This man has picked up the Go Free Dialogic. He's made it his own. He is empowered. He's in the world. He's changing minds. He can articulate it magnificently. And here he is financially gifting 50 white well-being dollars. Big salute to you, Corey. Love and salute to the white well-being community is what he writes. God bless you, man. Big salutes to you. Let me turn around back here. Let's celebrate Anonymous. $25. $25 financial gift from Anonymous this week. Thank you so much. You know who you are, Anonymous. And we will roll over here. We will see, make sure we didn't miss anybody. And I think we will get into the mailbag. We will get into the mailbag right now because we got a salute here. $25. Thaumatological mailbag. God bless these heroes. Take a look at the beautiful. Look how happy the card is. It's the happiest of cards. It says here. It says, let me get some spectacles. Jason, we love Sundays and Wednesdays. Listening, learning from you. Thank you. Jesus Thank you, Jesus, for you. You are the one. From George Eason and Regina Taylor. $25. God bless you, heroes. Thank you so much for these kind words. I deeply appreciate it. Beautiful. Thank you. $25 from these heroes. Two wonderful people. Let me set this over here so we can have it in the background. And I will get back to, I think that's all of our financial gifts to celebrate. We'll get to our other piece of mail, and then I'll get back to all of the other financial gifts. Who do we have here? Well, my goodness. Who could this be? Ladies and gentlemen, who could this be? It is the one and only Dallas Malloy. What another wonderful card. Take a look at this. Having some beautiful tea. Is that supposed to be like tea you're going to have there? Yes, it is. Beautiful card here. And I will show you. She says, Dear Jason, it seemed like you could use some bookmarks while reading from your books and giving lessons. So please enjoy these from my heart. When you read from Prometheus Rising, it makes me feel like a child hearing a bedtime story full of wonderment and truth, but more like a spiritual soldier receiving godly wisdom and instruction, filling me with encouragement to keep going for our people. Thank you for feeding my soul. God bless you, Dallas. Big salutes to Dallas. And I guess I can share this about the good Dallas. She is a daughter of the American Revolution. Isn't that something? Big salutes. Look at what she sent. Look at the Eindelen. You got the Eindelen here. And then on this side, nowhiteguilt.org. Is that visible? And we also have another version. Oh, take a look at this. nowhiteguilt.org. And then on this side, go free. nowhiteguilt.org. I love it. Thank you so much. And there are extras here. I can have my pick. First dibs of both kinds. And then I can send the rest on to special folks out there. Beautiful card will also go up. Thank you so much. There we go. Excellent. Thank you, Dallas. I really appreciate it. All right. That's actually how I feel when I read Prometheus Rising. I feel the same way. Triple A is with us, reposted the stream. Big salutes. Thank you, brother. Well done this week. Well done to everybody. And we got to say, a new bar has been set by the Tree Godfather. My God. My God. He is just on the money. Perfect. I mean, that was like across the totality of the internet. How many different content creators was it? A dozen? And the huge hits, the huge victories by West. Triple A showing up first time, knocks it out of the park. I mean, you all are doing such a great job. And I would celebrate so many more. We just don't have the time. So just know that you're appreciated. I'm looking, I see you. West sees you. Franklinator sees you. And we appreciate all of your efforts. And you're going to hit. You're going to hit large. You're going to hit huge. And your name is going to be up there. We're going to be acknowledging you. God bless you. Gladiator of the West is with us. Good to see you. All right. We have a couple other financial gifts here. We have $5 from the great First Lad. And he says, thank you. Well, thank you, brother. Good to see you. We have $5 from Weldon. Thank you, good brother. He says, Jesus is the way. God bless you, Weldon. Good to see you. Thank you. $5 from Yiz the Unifier. Weekly folk tithe for white well-being. She writes, God bless you and thank you for that. I think we have everybody. We didn't miss anybody on subscribe. Yes, we did not miss anybody on Subscribe Star. Let me swivel back around here. And remember to tag me as No White Guilt with comments. You want to get a comment to me that I didn't see? Make sure you tag me, and I will get back. The great slots over here. $1 on Premium Rumble. People must hear before they can speak. If Eva or others see the lexicon enough, they will do the work, the thinking, to justify using it to speak to and defend their audience. Precisely. Very well put. Slots, so very true. Big salutes to everybody over there. Yeah, that's been the plan. And the plan has been working ever since we articulated it. So they can censor us here. They can make the platforms screw up. They can, but there's always going to be big content creators. And we know exactly how to get into what they articulate. We do it again and again and again and again. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. We have some perspicacious comments that we're going to be taking a look at right now from you all. How about some perspicacious, intelligent comments, ladies and gentlemen? Let's get into them. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. Okay, that moved for some reason. Jerome V getting in at the very top of the perspicacious comments this week. Entertainment programs our subconscious with fake experiences. Genius. Genius. It's a huge vulnerability. It's largely how they programmed whites to think ill of their own people. Not everyone failed to see how this works. No White Guilt NWG explained it in his book, Go Free. Give it up for Jerome. So smart. I mean, that's pithy, perfect. Entertainment programs our subconscious with fake experiences. It's a huge vulnerability. Exactly. That is what we have. Fake experiences that the subconscious mind that guides 95+% of our lives cannot tell the difference between reality and fiction. Believes is reality. Well said, Jerome. Johnny Johnson says, anti-whiteism is terrorism. Terrorism against an entire race of people, the white race. The punishment for such a serious crime should only be one of two, depending on the outcome. If the intent was to harm an entire race or a person of that race, then a life sentence without parole may do. But if any life was taken, capital punishment should be mandatory. Well written, Johnny Johnson. Posted Energy says, the victories this week are astounding and amazing. Yes, absolutely, they were. And he writes also, I posted this comment and hadn't even made it to the end. If these 3 videos and the Trump Jr. video don't show you we are on the winning team, then you truly are a vegetable. So true. These are all incredible victories. Someone saying enter as victory is total garbage. Yes, my brother. Yes. Yes, as some raindrops begin to fall in the once great state of Virginia across from Mordor on the Potomac. Win Along says, yes, 5th column mechanics of manipulation and control. Very old methodology, amplified by modern technology and scientific augmentations, and supported by the vast majority of resources at even the victim's disposal. Collaborating with one's own dominators is the very definition of submission. Brilliantly written. We were talking there about the ways by which anti-whites could come in and either assume control of an entity already existing and subvert it for anti-whiteism, or initiate it. Very well put. John Garrison gets in here. He says, this episode reminded me of a friend I had for a time during 9th grade in the late 90s who was really, really ridiculously into Disney. He was as white as you could imagine, blonde and blue. But he claimed to have some Cuban somewhere in his lineage. His entire social identity was built around loving Disney and being Cuban. How sad. Thank you for sharing that, because that's another a great example of the adverse effects on white people growing up anywhere in the West, learning to hate themselves. He doesn't want to be white. Of course not. We've all seen this. And in the boomer generation, it is a great example of this. Wildly common is for just about every single white person to say they're American Indian to escape the white race. So here you have somebody that's saying they're Cuban when they couldn't be less. And finally, we have Olrak. Is that Lasham? Is that the first name? Olrak says, I have to be the black-pilled guy. I know you're right about virtually everything, and that is why I'm the black-pilled guy. I've taken some of the tenets of Go Free to what few people I can in New York City. I have those tenets as a shield to defend myself for the rest of my life. Thank you, and thank God I don't have children to protect. Just stop right there for a moment and think about what was just said. Are we providing content that can work to empower and improve the lives of our brothers and sisters? Yes. Are the other content creators, are the other org leaders, are they? No. That should be all you need to hear when it comes down to what's the correct path. I read on. He says, I watched just a snippet of the mayoral debates here, New York City, and already, listen closely to this, thanks to the J-Spurgs, the conversation has shifted with Mamdani as the forerunner about what he's going to do to protect Jews. Nothing about law and order. Nothing about what he'll do to protect white people or even to protect all people. It's now the future anti-white, anti-Western, anti-American mayor of New York City vows to protect Jews. So yay. It's why you got to be making the conversation about us. Imagine our people, like the great NWG clips, showing up, every politician, and saying, what about us? What about our people? What about the anti-whiteism? And then the future mayors and et cetera, commissioners, they are vowing, we're not going to allow anti-whiteism. Just like we have happening in courts, in workplaces, in schools. I mean, it's already taking place with executives in workplace environments, with principals and teachers at schools. Replicable, scalable. Keep pushing, and it will be politicians. Keep pushing the white positive morality that undermines the anti-white social morality, and there'll be judges who will be acting against anti-whiteism. Anti-white hate crimes can continue, and we can go about business as usual. 0 things have been accomplished to help Western kind by J-spurging. This is the thing J-spurging rednecks and conservatives have been shielded from their entire lives. Whatever non-white group you fixate on to hate will just become more protected, and you will become more vilified. These ingrates cannot see this. I haven't been consistent in this community, but I'd say I've donated at least 1,000 over a few years. Thank you so much for that, brother. I respect your work, and you are braver than 10 of me cloned. But watching 2-digit IQ'd people, grifters, and anonymous internet warriors for long enough while I've had to deal firsthand with what environment anti-whiteism creates, I've hit my limit. And I can't deal with myopic morons from Muncie, Indiana, or wherever else they've been touched by a dose, but the full effects haven't hit them yet, and pretend to believe there's hope. I'm broke, white, halfway through life, and in an anti-white mecca. If you're 20 years old and lost, frustrated, and reading this, do not follow anyone who prioritizes the hatred of other people over the love of your own. You're just as well off outright joining anti-whites for your own sake, in my opinion, if you're going to go down that road. It's that simple. Perspicacious comments this week, ladies and gentlemen. Brilliant all. And Olrak sharing something here. Quite painful. Understandable. I will say, brother, it's okay to lose your courage at times, or your belief that we are going to achieve X, Y, or Z at times. But don't give up hope. Don't give up hope. But what you see is the honor of a white man in Olrak, who's practically lying on his deathbed. This depressive mess made by anti-whiteism and the failed strategies to succeed, to fight back against it. And even though he's brought to a wretched condition, at least for now, he wants to give a final warning. How honorable is that? A final warning. Don't hate other people. You will lose. You will make yourself miserable. Your life will suck. Don't hate people based on their birth. Love our own. You'll always be a happy warrior if it is love that motivates you to arrest the victimization of our people. God bless you, Olrak. Cool Baba J Magic. Making another group, or other groups generally, the center of your universe is absolute cuckery. That's what you're doing when you are hateful. 100% genius. We are really getting to that point. I hope you all can see how exciting this is getting. We're getting to that point, and I guess maybe it'll be easier to look back than to be able to see right now. But we're getting to that point, or we're at that point, or it's happened, and we'll see it after the fact, where lightning has struck. And this community is a self-moving machine that can never be stopped now. Never be stopped. And so much intelligence, and so many experiences, and so much bravery, and so much insight coming together, motivated by love, with the objective of arresting our victimization. It's fulfilled. The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again. Big salutes to these heroes. White Dragon coming in, reposted the stream. God bless you, sister. Big salutes. Oh, what a pretty butterfly that is. Is that a zebra? No, it's not a swallow. It looks like a zebra swallowtail. Great to see everybody over here. Tom Sawyer said, wow, to something. Probably the huge victories. We have our lesson of the day. And we're going to get into that here, just making sure I didn't miss anybody. I'm guessing there's some kind of problem on entropy. Did anybody tag me about entropy? Odin Saya is here. Love, hope, and redemption. By way of the dialectics and the lexicon. Spud Ruck is saying she does see the lexicon more, so much more, in so many places. God, it is miraculous. And we are at the center of it. We are the people doing it. I'll see if I can restart this. This is weird because it should tell me there is a stream running on entropy. And I can see it, but I can see the stream running. But it's not indicating that it's reaching anyone else. Wow. Maybe there's some serious trickery afoot. Let me take a look at the live chat over here. Happy Halloween. Make sure you tag me if you have something. Westman is here. Soren. Cool Bubba J Magic chiming in saying, Go Free is actual literal genius. People throw around that word a lot, but I absolutely mean that No White Guilt is probably the first actual genius I've come across in my life. I appreciate that, man. God bless you. We are quite the team, are we not? Well, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. We got Cool Papa coming from somebody as bright, determined, and brilliant as the Cool Papa J Magic, rocking it out of the park regularly. Deeply appreciated, meaningful. Tim Cass, host, said Paperwork American twice this week. Getting Captive Dreamer to use Paperwork American, says Heretic White Positivity. That's awesome. Inch by inch. Inch by inch. Ricky says, I'm going to need a thesaurus dictionary to follow you. What? Oh, was probably thaumatological mailbag. It was Captive Dreamer who said, thank you for that. I may have misspoken earlier. So Captive Dreamer. Slots, thank you. Entropy is offline. You mean the whole platform or just for me? Oh, wait a second. We now have a financial gift of $20. Everybody on your feet. Let's get this man some 007s, some booming fireworks. How does that sound? For White Wellbeing, $20. Coming from For White Wellbeing. And he writes, Prometheum hails. God bless you, good sir. Thank you so much. For White Wellbeing showing up with $20. And you know he's going to make it here. He's not here yet, but you know he will. Just like last Wednesday, we celebrated Dude Bro Moment. So let's celebrate him as well right now. $50 to come from the great Dude Bro Moment. Let's get some big salutes up to this hero. Dude Bro Moment on the Dude Bro Moment platform. Entropy. $50. And of course, he always writes for white well-being. Thank you, good sir. All right, good. It's showing up on the front and the back side now. Should be working. Go free lesson of the day right after our announcements. That consists of one announcement, and that is please prayers and positive energy for hopefully our cancer-free Mrs. Jess Horst. She has completed her treatments, and she is now, as she said, I felt terrible when I read, surviving the aftermath. So you know this wasn't good. So please send a prayer. Include her in your prayers for a while. The great Mrs. Jess Horst, a true champion in service to white well-being, surviving the treatment. So positive energy for this dear sister, her wonderful big family. She's a big advocate for white well-being. And good Lord willing, she'll come back to full strength. He won't take her yet. He won't take her yet. We're not done with her. Heretic to White Positivity said, I wanted to see the videos that No White Guilt brought up before the victories. Which ones are you referring to? Biospirit of the West, big time celebrator. We have done it, folks. We are a machine for white well-being celebrating here. Look at all these heroes. Look at the great Fourneau with his cowboy emojis. Loving it. Big salute. Ivan is a celebrating force of nature. God bless you, Ivan. Ivan's the kind of guy that he cheers so hard when any of the team at the House of Swash does well. He's the kind of guy that I just want to carry on the shoulders when he does anything that rocks. American Eagle Rises says exactly to something. All right, Jeffrey is here. Good to see you. Yep, that's what's going to happen. If God decides to take Miss Jess Horst, he'll reach out and then all of a sudden, hold on. All right. It's only skin color. Let's see here. We are back on page 212, second edition, iteration 2. And at the moment, as I look, and this, it's only skin color, comes in various MPs, various arguments. And that's one of the things that helps to differentiate, the ability to parse that helps to differentiate people in this community from others. They show up and they'll learn, for example, like we have here, race doesn't exist as a mean pathogen. And they won't be agile enough of mind to say, oh yeah, that one will also work with It's only skin color. So we have the MP, it's only skin color. And this is to trivialize race. So often we hear this from the conservatives. They want to trivialize it and dismiss it because of some degree of anti-whiteism that they are operating, regrettably, under. So the MC, a meme curative that is really strong for this, is you wish, in this case, you wish it were. You wish it were only skin color. Because if that were true, it would make it easier for you to harm Western kind. They never say this when it comes to Jews. They never say this when it comes to blacks. When black people want to celebrate their culture, and this is the best way to counteract a vague and anti-white, a vague villainy signaling anti-whiteism. Best way to go about it, because they are operating within the anti-white narrative, and we aren't. So we go about, would you say that about blacks wanting to preserve their norms and their culture, their features as a people? Would you say, well, it's just black skin, it can be eradicated? Of course they wouldn't. So it's very easy to immediately say to them that you wish it were only, you could change this depending on the person, of course, throttling up or down. You could say, you're not wishing or hoping that it's only skin color so that you can arrive at an anti-white conclusion when the conversation is about white people, are you? I've used that approach many times. You're not saying that, right? No, I'm not saying that. Right, because we wouldn't say Jews are just a skin color, or mestizos are just a skin color, or blacks are just, or Asians are just a skin color. They're people. They are an identity. So you immediately put them on the back foot. Be cognizant of where it's coming from. So who is the person or people you're speaking with? If it's a hardcore anti-white, they're absolutely simply using it as an excuse to get into an anti-white conclusion. And then you can just hammer them with it repeatedly with the meme curative over and over. You want that to be the case. You want it. Don't get into the debate about what's a people. What's the use in that? What's the use in that conversation? They're not outside of the anti-white narrative. They're not going to have like some objective, ethereal conversation where they're going to be intellectually honest with you. And they're going to, let's sit down and have a genuine, shall we order tea? Let's have a cup of tea. And we're going to have a conversation about what is a people. And they're going to be fair with you. No, they're saying it's just skin when it's you. And skin doesn't matter. Why, shit, you can get a tan and be a different color for a little while. So you just go after them for wanting to injure the white race. And you just watch the Knights of the White Table from the House of Swash. Watch how brilliantly they do it. And that's something I also wanted to mention. You know, in our celebrations, and this is something that I've lamented before, and when we first started doing the celebrations, it's just prohibitive to include the comment that is being responded to. Most of the time, the response is very instructive. Not just how many people are seeing the lexicon and dialectics. The response is brilliant. And that's how you learn. So you should follow these people. You should follow the OT. You should follow any solo activists who are quite clearly solo activists of white well-being. See how they respond. Put the alerts on for them so that the phone goes off and you can have a look at what was being said, how did they respond? Because that's where the real machinery and magic is taking place. Everybody's seeing the lexicon and dialectics are looking at the conversation. What did the previous poster put? What is this person responding with? And they're having an epiphanic moment. They're saying, oh, wow, that's true. Oh, wow, that is anti-white. Oh, wow, I think that poster wants to harm white people. And that's why, as this person says, they are dismissing peoplehood and race as nothing more than a skin color in this context, and the context being the white race. So make sure that you follow these people so that you can see these responses and dissect them yourself. It's a great way to expedite your self-healing and then improve your efficacy in all of your spheres of influence. You need to be doing that. The best part of this is there's nothing like this. The best part about that is that you're not just training yourself to be an advocate for white people, and while that is extremely noble and glorious to do, to advocate for our people, for those of us who are children, for those of us to come, while that is extremely glorious and noble and in keeping with our biospirit, it's always out there. But the reality is, with the Go Free practice, as you do that, you are improving yourself physically, mentally, and spiritually. And everyone can attest, we've had miraculous testimonials to the effects of addressing the mean pathogens in us, ourselves, as you learn how to properly think about mean pathogens like it's only skin color or race doesn't exist on page 215. As you learn to think about these things in this way, you are storing it in the subconscious mind, where when the trigger is fired for a mean pathogen that will tell you from learned experience, race doesn't matter, it's only skin deep, or it's only skin color, and anybody who thinks it's only skin color is bright and noble and beautiful, and anybody who disagrees is ugly and they want to genocide people. When that is lit, immediately your own subconscious mind will bring up this information, and you will have nullified the anti-white programming. That's how it works. That's the magic. That's how it happens. So you improve yourself. If you ever thought that you were at your best physically, mentally, and spiritually, you're nowhere close. Nowhere close. Get rid of the stress. Go ahead and read up on how deleterious stress is for everything in your body. You begin addressing that incessant baseline stress that is established as white noir in all Westmen, men, women, and children. You begin addressing that, and things start changing. Processes in the body that are trying to take place and can't, or are to some degree, but undermined by stress. Reduce that stress, that underlying stress, and you'll begin seeing a change. How about slavery made whites wealthy? We all have heard this, browbeaten to death endlessly over the years, with the reason why you're an accountant and can afford a 2020 BMW. The reason why you are a construction worker and were able to buy that bass boat is because slavery made you wealthy. And you're like, not me. I didn't have any. Well, the white race did. And so that's why you're this freaking wealthy. You can afford that bass boat. It's an MP. Slavery made whites wealthy. We have two recommendations to get you thinking for meme curatives. The first is, if slavery made a people wealthy, every race would be wealthy, because every race practiced slavery until whites put an end to it. Let me tell you how much anti-whites love hearing you say that. The other is, you wouldn't claim that any other race's success was due to an evil institution, which proves that you are anti-white. I've used both of these, and when I do, I normally start off with the latter and then follow with the former. Going right back at them, putting them on the spot. As you can see, it begins to, as you go through these, a theme should begin to appear to you about how to deal with anti-whites, how to deal with vagues that you're trying to bring over, at least adopt some of our concepts, maybe come all the way to white well-being, who knows? You can see a theme developing. The theme, the mechanics of it, I argued for many, many years, had to be accessible to just about all of our brothers and sisters. And so we've made them that way. That's how it works now. So, of course, the argument here, the presupposition, and why does it work? Because there's an anti-white narrative that has taught everybody in the West that the white race is guilty for slavery. And when you bring up, I mean, you have the kind of response that we heard about earlier, where they say, well, the white race did it the most recently, something like that, right? Of course, there's still slavery in the world, and the white race put an end to it, sailed across the seas, and part of doing business with the West is that there aren't institutions like slavery. But of course, this is my opinion because we don't know how many anti-whites are listening. My opinion. But the reason this statement works is because it takes place in the anti-white narrative. So we understand then that our brothers and sisters hearing this kind of thing are going to be moved by what? Mean pathogens in the subconscious mind. They're going to be having these, as Jerome was pointing out, these lived experiences that are fabrications. They're by way of movies like and books like Roots and so many others and countless iterations. They've been with Black people being abused and mistreated. They've, in their minds, they've literally been there crying and being separated and watching all of this as some sort of ethereal being present the entire time. So that's one of the reasons we address the mean pathogen in this fashion. You're not going to be able to go to such a person who, for the largest part of their brain, believes that they were present for white people enslaving and abusing Blacks, and go to them and say, it wasn't that bad. They lived well. They were treated in accordance with Christian dictates. There weren't as many here as you think. There were Blacks who owned slaves. There were, what's not being addressed there? The suffering that they lived with these Black people as a result of who was inflicting the injury? The white race. So you have to immediately get out of that anti-white narrative. Like with everything we have here, you're going to throttle up or throttle down relative to your goal with that person or people. So a hardcore anti-white, you're going to go hard after them about why do you want to? You can go after them with question after question. Why are you using this as an excuse to victimize white people? Why do you think that white children in the womb are responsible for an evil institution that the white race stopped on planet Earth almost entirely? Is it for the purpose of victimizing those white children in the womb? You can hit them with question after question. You can have a conversation with somebody you're trying to bring around, brother or sister, for example, and you can say, you know, they just want to harm our people. That's why they say that. Everybody, they're not going to say it about Blacks owning slaves, right? They're not going to say it about Jews owning slaves. They should be victimized. They're only going to say it about us. It's a great excuse to victimize us, isn't it? And then they'll say, yeah, it is. Why you probably feel like you deserve some harm, like there is a burden on you, an onus on you to apologize for that institution. You probably feel that way, don't you? Yeah, I kind of do. kind of been made to feel that way numerous times. That is where the conversation takes place. Let me know what you all are thinking in our final minutes, our final glorious minutes, so that we can wrap it up here and I can get back to work on battling StreamYard. What's been the problems, by the way? Tag me as No White Guilt. What have been the problems on this stream? I know there was an echo, which shouldn't be happening when we are doing the screen share, because echo cancellation is on and the volume is turned almost all the way down so that I couldn't hear it. So it couldn't even make it to the microphone. The microphone, the actual sound absorbing elements are only on this side, on top of that. And it's designed to cancel any other sound that it hears. Like you're probably not hearing the roaring air conditioning unit right now, which is annoying, but at least you can hear. Annoying for me. Is the audio louder than normal, about the same, or a little softer over the course of the gathering? Please tag me as No White Guilt every single day at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is the Shade Tree. And I want you to show up there, even if you can't be live. Listen to it in replay. You'll learn a lot of interesting information. I think almost every time they get together, they talk about some white inventor or hero of some type, and news of the day, news of the past, and they do it all brilliantly through the lens of white well-being. So you want to be there so that you too can come to think in these same constructs and be able to overcome the anti-whiteism in you. Essentially, literally, you can think of this as the anti-whiteism and the mean pathogens as a possession, because that's what it is. It is another voice inside of you, the subconscious mind, that is always going. It's always going. So you have to deal with that possession. You need to exorcise the anti-whiteism in you. You get rid of the demon, and just like we see in all of the ghost movies and everything, you know, the person who is afflicted with the demon, they are not doing things that are good for themselves. They're not doing things that are good for those around them. It's in the service of the demon. And then when they are liberated from the demon, when their mind is manumitted, the sun comes out and the sky is blue and they are themselves again. How would you like to be yourself? Not even know who you were, who you really are, because you've been infected from birth. Tree Godfather says the echoes when playing videos. Otherwise, audio and video are mint today. God bless you for that. Thank you, brother. I'll have to see what's going on with that. The Great Sloth says whites being the latest to practice discrimination is false, because anti-whiteism today, and one should not associate an immutable characteristic with a slander. Perfectly said, champion. Well said. Knight of the 10th Crusade is here. Hello and welcome. Says he got stuck with hobbits for parents. That actually reminded me. I'm getting, like most of you, endless suggestions and recommendations that I keep clicking off of for Bubble Boy Fuentes. And one of them that was, I just saw on the tagline, I didn't watch. Apparently he says that he hates Lord of the Rings because he hates hobbits. And I thought, hobbits are a little too close to home for you, aren't they, buddy? Aren't they for you, big guy? Isn't the hobbit stature a little too close for you, big guy? I can understand why you might hate him. All right. Louis is here. Hello to you. Best friend of Jesus is in the house. Wonderful and welcome. Good to see you. Firelight is in the house. Hello and welcome. Good to see you. See if there are any other tags. Okay, Sloth said when he jumped over there, there was no stream up for me on Entropy. Which, what the hell? Looks like I didn't miss anybody over here. Good and good. Nobody is missed. Swiveling back around to another glorious session. We will be back on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I show up as often as I can on the Shade Tree Spaces. As I said, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Would love to chat with you there. If you keep an eye out for me and you get an opportunity and you would like to pose a question and I'm there, please jump on in and let's talk about it. Over there on D Live, we have 1, 2, 3 lemons. Thank you so much. From Steven Seagal. Thank you, Steven Seagal, for the 3 lemons. And we also have a lemon of cryptocurrency from Truth's Our Reality. God bless you and thank you for that. Truth says, good day, Jason and family. Much love as well. Much love in return from the once great state of Virginia. All right. Another epic time we had here. The victories, unreal. Just really astonishing victories again this week. And we see more and more our concepts, our arguments showing up in the mouths of our brothers and sisters. They'll continue working as they work for you, as they work for me. They'll work for those people. They'll adopt them. And as long as we keep encouraging, as long as we keep being a force that keeps resurrecting the concepts, keep bringing it back, because there's always going to be that downward pressure to just re-enter the anti-white narrative. As long as we be there and empowering these people, as long as we're there, they're going to use what works. That's us. That's this lexicon. That's the power that we wield. In fact, before we go, I might have to do this. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Another glorious piece.
Fade in silence, doors closed before their time. Work hard, dreamed honest, but the world called that a crime. And wild winds keep blowing through the towns where hope once grew, but the bio spirit's still glowing. White hearts beat strong and true. There's a field where fathers labored, now weeds and dust remain. Lost the job his granddad built, and no one speaks his pain. And wild winds keep blowing through the towns where dreams were made, but the bio spirits know we'll rise again unafraid. Although sun's still standing, even when the world says no, we'll build again together from the courage that we know. He wanted a family laughter, a home that's safe and kind, but the world took his tomorrow and left his hope behind. And while winds may whisper, but
truth don't fade away. The biospirit of our people will shine another day.
Love you all. Let's go free.